And yes, you've correctly put it. The country is still mourning the death of former President Mwai Kibaki, and many people have actually eulogized him in different ways. And today we will also have a discussion with the former minister, that is Lina Jebi Kilimo, who actually was part of the first government that President Mwai Kibaki picked while he took reins of power way back in 2002. She has a lot of experience and so much to talk about the late president. Emotions ran high yesterday at Parliament buildings. Yesterday there was a drama though. That gentleman who had some allegations.
Well, I think sometimes people just love being dramatic. The gentleman went saying that I think his villagers somewhere have been telling him that he resembles President Kibaki, so he was claiming to be a grandson. Anyway, all he wanted to do was view the body of the president, but then having such writings on his T-shirt put him in trouble.
Police officers could not.
Yeah, you know. They put him in trouble with police officers.
But the patience the officers, I mean, just showed that guy.
I think over and above all things, as a nation, we are maturing slowly and slowly.
Yes.
And probably you understand why now our police service is no longer police force. The 2010 Constitution gave it the name the Kenya Police Service because you saw the patience from police officers.
Yes.
10, 15 years ago, the story would have been different.
It was a different story. Things have changed. Things have changed.
Yeah.
Okay, so then it's still a busy week ahead here for us here in the broadcasting house, and of course even outside there the government is also putting every loose gaps fixed so that come Saturday the head of state will be laid to rest in Othaya, that is in Nyeri County. But before then, let's get to the business of the day. What do you have, Jim?
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the day yesterday and how things were looking. And first of, Kenyans from all walks of life thronged Parliament to view the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki that is lying in state. Parliament gates were opened yesterday at 8 a.m. to enable members of the public to pay homage to the late president.
6:46 a.m. at the Parliament buildings. The casket bearing the remains of former President Mwai Kibaki arrives for day 2 of public viewing. Moments later, Kenyans started streaming into the Parliament buildings to pay their last respects to the third president of Kenya.
People used to see me to call me Kibaki, Muchukua Kibaki, and I've been living with that mentality, knowing that I'm the distant grandchild of Kibaki.
This man found himself on the wrong side of the law and was later whisked away by the security officers. The young and the old all were here in one accord. Kenyans eulogizing the late former president as a selfless leader and whose leadership style is worth emulating.
Nimefaidika sana na elimu yake ambayo alitupa, free education, na nimefurahia sana kwa maana ametuwezesha, tumesoma, tulianza primary free, tumemaliza mpaka university kwa sasa.
Kwa hii Thika superhighway, hii bypass zote tunamkumbuka na hizo barabara zikakamilika, akatuambia tupendane, hakuwa na ukabila, hatujai msikia na hii kuporapora mali ya umma, ati alipatwa na hii ama hii, alikuwa tu mzuri.
Alikuwa anatuangalia sana sisi kwa kila kitu. Lazima alikuwa anauliza mwananchi atafaidika aje kwa vitu kama hizo. Kwa hivyo hatuna budi ila tukubali pigo ambalo tumepata.
Others mourned him as an accommodating leader whose number one agenda was country economic development.
He was focused, and I think we owe it to him to make sure we don't disappoint. We owe it to him, some of us who are canvassing for votes and asking that, making big promises as we are being told on the circuit, to make sure that our promises, we deliver on our promises. And Kenya will never be the same again, because once upon a time, Mwai Kibaki was president of Kenya. I'm very proud. and I'm also sad.
In the Departmental Committee of Finance and Trade, I was able to relate a lot with the President in terms of budgetary allocations and implementation of the same. And so this is the President that I remember him very well. He was really a true economist, because we were able, the Member of Parliament, depending on how the mood was and the requesting for additional budgetary allocations, to be able to do a lot of things that they were able to be pushed by their constituents. President Kibaki really was teaching us.
Kibaki loved Kenya. Kibaki was always for Wanjiku, the person bottom up. You know, he never thought of himself as the most important thing in this country, but he thought of others as the most important thing in the country. He believed in the well-being and the lifting up.
The retired president's body will be in Parliament for one more day for public viewing. The National Mass is slated for Friday 29th at the Nyayo National Stadium. The burial will take place on Saturday, April 30th at his Othaya home in Nyeri County.
And of course, we continue to monitor events at the Lee Funeral Home, where the body is expected to leave the Lee Funeral Home to head towards Parliament. But in the meantime, Interior Cabinet Secretary Dr. Fred Matiang'i Tuesday led senior government officials in signing a condolence book at Harambee House in honor of former President Mwai Kibaki. The late former president will be laid to rest in his rural home in Othaya, Nyeri County, on Saturday.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Dr. Fred Matiang'i kicked off the exercise at Harambee House, followed by Head of Public Service Joseph Kinyua, then Interior Principal Secretary Karanja Kibisho. Meanwhile, Health Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe led former Health Ministry officials who worked with the late President Emilio Mwai Kibaki when he was the Minister for Health in the signing of the condolence book at Afya House, Nairobi. Kagwe said the former president achieved a lot as the Minister for Health during his tenure from 1988 to 1991.
When I speak on behalf of the Ministry of Health, I speak also for the many doctors and nurses and health workers who are out there who work tired, but I'm sure they all remember him fondly. They remember him fondly for the things that he has done, not just generally in the other ministries, but in this particular day. The reason why we called everybody here is also to remember what he did for the health state of our nation.
In Embu, Eastern Regional Commissioner Evans Achoki, while signing the condolence book, remembered the late president as the one who visualized the Vision 2030 development blueprint that has set the country's journey to prosperity. He said it is President Kibaki who started the Constituency Development Fund, which is credited for turning around development in rural Kenya.
Kwa hivyo tunauliza wananchi, viongozi, wafanyi kazi wa serikali waweze kujitokeza na kuja kuandika kitabu cha maombolezi.
Rift Valley Regional Commissioner Malim Mohammed said Kibaki worked with technocrats and established a robust structure that subjected the civil service to rigorous performance measurements and public perception tests, which attracted and retained men and women of quality.
Tunamkumbuka kwa sababu ni mtu alikuwa anaangalia kazi ya wafanyikazi wa umma na ulikuwa unapewa kupandishwa ngazi kulingana na kazi yako. Kwa hivyo tunamkumbuka kwa hayo mambo ametufanyia kama viongozi katika serikali yetu tukufu.
Western Regional Commissioner Isaiah Nakoru led the area residents in paying tribute to the late former president Mwai Kibaki. Coast Regional Commissioner John Elungata described the late president as a selfless man who strived for the development of the country during his 10-year reign, which he termed as the golden decade.
Na watu tutamkumbuka kwa kusisitiza juu ya utendaji kazi wa wafanyikazi wa serikali na hata viongozi, na hakuwa na wakati wa kupiga domo ama kuzungumza barabarani ama kupiga siasa ya hivi na vile. Yeye alikuwa ni mtu ambaye alikuwa na haja ya kuona nchi imegeuka.
Right, and of course, as we continue to remember President Mwai Kibaki celebrating his life, and as you rightly pointed a little bit later, Victor, you will have Lina Jabi Kilimo. She was minister in President Mwai Kibaki's first government. And also later we'll also be, talking about President Kibaki's foreign policy. What did his government achieve in terms of foreign policy? And you will remember one of the biggest changes in terms of the foreign outlook was actually looking east. That the person who started engagement with the East in terms of being development partners was President Mwai Kibaki, and abandoning the West for some time. But for now, probably you can take us through some of the papers you have on your desk.
Very well. I have two newspapers here. I have the Daily Nation and the Star. Let me start with the Daily Nation. On the front page, Interpol probes politician who moved 25 billion shillings. Interpol probes politician who moved 25 billion shillings. More than 25 billion shillings was wired into Kenya from Nigeria, Hong Kong between October and November 2020 by a criminal network that international detectives say enjoys the backing of a powerful Kenyan politician. Now, the Assets Recovery Agency is investigating 3 companies over 5.6 billion shillings, or just a quarter of the actual amount in question, which raises the question, where did the 20 billion shillings go? That's also the front page of the Daily Nation here. Musalia, how I twice saved Mwai Kibaki's life. That is a story fleshed out there for you on page 9. And yesterday there was a meeting by the IBC. Delay tactic fears as aspirant get 20 days to name deputies. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, pushed to a tight corner by several political parties, agrees to extend deadline to May 16th. Remember, I asked Governor Kabogo yesterday, and he said that for him he was ready to to go with the deadline. That is tomorrow. Slain Stars Model House, a home of trophies. Remember the late Kenyan-born Bahrain runner, that is Damaris Mutua, who was allegedly killed by her Ethiopian lover. There's a story there for you. Very quickly, onto the third page, Interpol seeks to unravel puzzle of laundered 25 billion shillings. It's a full story here. And of course, moving forward, several attributes. People are still talking about President Kenyatta, President Mwai Kibaki, rather beg your pardon, and eulogizing him different ways. Scientists find plastics in human blood. Okay. Plastics found are those commonly used in making disposable water bottles and food packaging. This is traumatizing. So they say that anytime you take a bottled water, chances are that you're consuming a particular amount of plastic. Wow. All right. On the front page of the Star, Raila Ruto deputies, Kenneth Waiguru top. IEBC eases pressure on bigwigs, postpones running mates deadline to May 16th. Again, that's a story which has also been touched here on the Daily Nation. Still on the front page there, we have got mourners in tears as Kibaki's body lie in state for second day, and today being the third day and the final day, the body lying in state at Parliament Building. Civil servant on 32,000 shillings, but with 80 million shillings in bank. Just last week, another one from the correctional facility also had almost a similar story here. Slum dwellers, why COVID was a disease of the rich. And that word was is in quotes. Couldn't afford mandatory tests in all hospital before treatment for any condition. That is a story worth reading. So Raila Ruto deputies, Kenneth Waiguru top. The race for deputies is also hotting up. We have got Martha Karua, Kalonzo Musyoka, Rigathi Gachagua and Anne Waiguru topping that list from both sides of the Azimio and Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Kiore, what do you have?
I have the standard paper here. Looking at the front page, obviously carrying the story of President Mwai Kibaki, the pallbearers from the Kenya Defence Forces at Parliament Buildings. But of course the headline is bittersweet the Raila Kibaki ties. And it talks about the former premier flies back from the U.S. trip to bury the man who rode on his Kibaki Tosha endorsement. They fell out and were reunited by a forced handshake after the 2008 post-Apo violence. And that story is extended in page 6 of the Standard. And you will see obviously pictures of pictorials from yesterday's event. And then you have at page 7, Kibaki worked without pay and never asked for, and also asked for lifts, and that is from Matere Keriri. You remember he was a State House Comptroller at State House. The story carried on page 8, and I think this is a major story as captured by the headline in the Standard, and it says, Raila Kibaki, friends turned enemies who changed the country's political landscape. Because you remember, they unite in 2002 when Raila says Kibaki Tosha. In 2007, then they are bitter rivals, and as the country goes through post-war violence. But then they unite in that handshake, the National Accord, and they deliver the 2010 Constitution. And that clearly alters the political landscape in the country. But there's a very interesting story here, Victor.
Yes.
Ex-president never gave tips, loved his privacy while drinking.
Do you? The question is, do you?
First of all, let's tell people now that at the Lee funeral, that the convoy now is headed towards Parliament. It's just left the Lee funeral home as it heads towards Parliament, and those pictures are on your screen. But just imagine this, and it just reminds me, just the other day we were having some banter with a journalist who's been in the field for some time and actually works for the broadcasting house. And I was saying, at some point, ex-President Mwai Kibaki invited some people for a drink. And of course they enjoyed the drink and ordered as much as they could. When payment time came, President Kibaki said everybody should be given their own bill. And you know what happened after that? Karibu watu wachonga viazi. And that was President Mwai Kibaki for you.
It actually really happens in the current world, as we speak, currently. Do you give a tip?
Yeah?
Do you give a tip in any situation?
Well, depends where. But I do.
Right.
I do. But President Kibaki, being the economist he was, he would never give tips.
And there's value for
he loved
coin.
enjoying his drink in private.
Yes, right.
We also have on page 9, obviously, as we continue to monitor the events from the Lee funeral and the convoy heading to Parliament. Kibaki never politicked in church, and that is according to Archbishop Peter Kairu, the retired Archbishop of Nyeri Archdiocese. And you know, President Kibaki used to frequent, or rather was a regular attendant at the Consolata church in Nyeri town. The dead confronted Kibaki at a Nyeri bar. That's captured on page 10. It's a very interesting story you would want to read. But other than the story of President Mwai Kibaki, there's a gentleman called Elon Musk who has bought Twitter at 5.1 trillion Kenya shillings. And obviously that is going to change the landscape of Twitter operations. So this is largely going to be a business. You know, the way they have been what you would call gatekeeping on Twitter. There are things you can't say. It's more focused on, you know, world order and issues like that.
Yes.
I think now Twitter is going to become a fully business platform, and I think that is what it means, you know, for this buyout by Elon Musk. On page 4 of the Standard, the story you had actually talked about, the fuel shortage that is biting, and the state is moving to avert another fuel crisis as it orders farms to cut exports. Now, teachers are also worried about junior secondary school, and you remember we were speaking about it yesterday with the Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of Education, and teachers are worried that children as young as 10 could actually find themselves in junior secondary school. So you can imagine, you know, having to pump the experience of secondary school to a 10-year-old. Teachers are worried that could be an implosion of a kind. And that story is captured on the Standard. You have the Star?
All right, and talk of that, let me just give you why Kenya Kwanza wants Uhuru to appoint secretary to cabinet. Official chairs the critical assumption of the office of the president committee. Meanwhile, on your screen there, we have got that convoy already snaking its way. That should be Valley Road from the Lee Funeral Home. The convoy snaking its way from Lee Funeral Home to Parliament buildings for the third and last day of the late president's body to lie in state. There you have it. It's the same thing that happened on Monday and yesterday, Tuesday, a replica of the military exercise and ritual that is performed while former head of state dies. So as it is, they are somehow going to save the same time they did yesterday, because yesterday they arrived there few minutes to 7 a.m. and most likely it's going to happen again today. Kenyans, being a nation of last minute, most likely today is going to be a busy day in Parliament. John Curie.
Yeah, definitely all are monitoring the events from Parliament. And by the way, yesterday, the government released a website on which every Kenyan can actually send in their condolence message or can write up their condolence message to President Mwai Kibaki. And there we go. We are on our way to Parliament now. As the body left the Lee Funeral Home. This is the third day of the body lying in state and the very last. Tomorrow there'll be a bit of a rest, or what you call saying is lying in wait ahead of the interdenominational memorial service that will be held at the Nyayo National Stadium. But it is very important to note, Victor, as part of the military honors from the Lee funeral, President Mwai Kibaki's body will be taken to State House for the very final time.
Yes.
To State House, Nairobi. And after that, and probably I think you were asking that question on Monday, shall we see a march on foot from State House to Nyayo National Stadium, or it will be on a carriage? Because you remember the other time, soldiers walked on foot from State House, to the Nyayo National Stadium, as a way of honor. And I don't think it will be any different this time round. We are likely going to see the same repeat of what we saw 2 years ago during the interdenominational service for the late President Daniel Arap Moi. And that is the convoy.
Convoy. That should
this is Valley Road.
Valley Road, just next to Integrity Center.
So from Valley Road, you're going to Kenyatta Avenue. From Kenyatta Avenue, Uhuru Highway, and then to Parliament Road.
The sitting position, you remember the two flags, remember the presidential standard, then the Kenyan flag on that gun carriage. It's a special lorry, so to speak, that you'll rarely see on our roads. In fact, according to the military, it's only used during artillery, and it's being used at different special functions, such as this one. So the body is also draped in a national flag, as always, and the soldiers there in the rank of colonels taking charge of that exercise. Yes, as you asked, John, many people asked themselves last time during the funeral service of the late President Moi, the kind of resilience and physical fitness that soldiers, have. Marching all the way from State House, for those who know that distance and the directions they take, marching, not quick march, but with the band accompanying the parade from State House to the Nyayo National Stadium. It's quite a distance, right?
It's quite a distance.
It's quite a distance.
It's quite a distance, and but like I say, and like we were agreeing yesterday in terms of the discipline of these soldiers, and the fact that, you know, they are well aware that this is the biggest, you know, respect and honor you can give to a former boss, and this is what they always do, and you have to agree, Victor, that the ranking of our military is among the best in the continent, and such honors, you know, being given to a former president by our military is quite a big gesture happening right in front of our eyes, you know, history unfolding in a way, because much of these things we used to hear about them because you and I were not born when Mzee was being buried. And therefore, this is another history unfolding in front of our eyes. As much as it is sad, this is history unfolding in a way. And we'll be glad at one point that we also witnessed incidences or events like this.
Exactly. As I said, just a recap, the head of state, actually, only people who are allowed to get presidential, that's a national kind of event. This one, for example, is the state funeral have only been accorded to a few people in this country. That is, of course, the founding father, President Kenyatta, Jomo Kenyatta, General Malwa, the former vice president, Wangari Maathai, who was our own Nobel Peace Laureate, and former Nyeri governor, Wahome Gakuru, and as well as Lucy Kibaki, former First Lady. That is the only. Those are the only people who've received state funeral, and of course, it can only be after proclamation by the sitting head of state. As in this case, President Kenyatta gave that proclamation, and that is exactly what's happening. And of course, we expected that to happen, being that he died out of office. He will get a 19-gun salute, which Mwai also received. Kenyatta got 21. For all the obvious reasons that he died while he was in office. The body lay in state for 10 days, and there was a mourning period that lasted for a month. For President Mwai Kibaki and President Daniel Arap Moi, only lasted for 3 days.
I was actually looking, because, Victor, we were here 6 years ago.
Yes.
When Mama Lucy Kibaki died. Actually, Mama Lucy Kibaki died on the 26th. 26th. Right. 26th of April, 2016.
Yes.
Mzee dies on the 21st of April, 2022. 6 years ago. You are the same point. Obviously, there's celebrations of, you know, military and their precision in terms of delivering some of these things was not there. But she was accorded a state funeral. Yeah. And, you know, looking back again, 6 years later, we headed to Othaya, this time to inter the third president of the Republic, President Mwai Kibaki. And it's, you know, it's quite significant, but very sad again for the family, residents of Othaya, Nyeri County, and the country at large. And of course, we continue to monitor the convoy as it heads to Parliament. I'm sure by now they're on Kenyatta Avenue, headed towards Uhuru Highway, and finally to Parliament buildings. By 8 a.m., we expect the body viewing to begin. And this program is really running on course. What you would say, running on course. Nothing is late. The military is ensuring that everything kicks off at the right time.
Yeah, time is
and there you go.
That must be Kenyatta Avenue, right outside Serena, approaching Uhuru Highway. And in a minute or less, they should be approaching that roundabout, the GPO roundabout, and straight to Uhuru Highway. Interestingly, it goes up to the Continental House. The body doesn't pass through between Intercon Hotel and the Kenyatta, the Mausoleum. It goes through Uhuru Highway, then in between Parliament and Intercontinental Building, then into Parliament buildings there.
Yeah.
Precision and order. So The day, as you correctly put it, John, tomorrow the body will lie in wait, of course, for all the obvious reasons, the preparations and all that. And on Friday, the convoy will leave funeral home again to State House. And this will also depend with the program that we'll receive from the National Government Funeral Steering Committee. That will be shared with the media and, of course, public at large. Thereafter, the body will snake its way all the way to the Nyayo National Stadium. Chances are that the gates will open as early as 5 or 5:30 thereabout, because we expect several leaders from across our borders to come and grace this particular event to condole and mourn with us.
I was actually thinking aloud yesterday, and of course not to fault the committee preparing the burial ceremony for President Kibaki, but I was thinking as a pioneer of, CDF projects, and we are on Uhuru Highway right now.
Right.
As the pioneer of CDF, the Constituency Development Fund, and being actualized under his presidency, I was actually thinking probably as a way of honoring him, probably should have ensured that there are 290 condolence books in every constituency, 200 a book in every constituency, and particularly CDF officers. To mourn President Mwai Kibaki.
Right.
Because you and I are aware of, the transformation that the Constituency Development Fund has brought about, and it is magnificent since 2002.
Yeah.
And every year now you hear MPs, talking about CDF, because it has transformed even infrastructural lookout of some of its constituencies, and ensured that, each constituency is almost at par with the other in terms of development.
You're very right.
We are on Uhuru Highway.
Right now.
That means in a bit, Parliament Road, and finally into Parliament buildings.
It's more or less the same time as yesterday. And of course, Monday, there was a bit of some delay because it was the first day and things had to be done differently. But yesterday, time is of the essence. And now, a few minutes to 7 a.m., the body will be at the Parliament buildings. Now, members of the public, if you have time, even before to go to the office, I think your boss will understand. Yes, bosses, please understand. If they tell you that they pass through Parliament, it's that day. It's that day. Excuse them for today. Right.
And it's also important to emphasize that if you don't make it today for the body viewing,
that will be it.
You have missed out. You have missed out. This is the very last day of the body viewing. After that, the body lies in wait tomorrow, and then on Friday, the interdenominational service at the Nyayo National Stadium. There will be no body viewing there. It's the interdenominational service. And of course, President Uhuru Kenyatta and other dignitaries will be leading the celebration of the life of President Mwai Kibaki. And on Saturday, all roads leading to Othaya, the approved school grounds in Othaya town. That's where another memorial service or the burial ceremony will be held, and then his body will be interred at his home in Othaya. So if you're planning to participate in this process of viewing the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki, you only have between 8 a.m. this morning and 5 p.m. this evening, and that will be it. And therefore, if you are planning to do that, please participate today. And from wherever you are, it is not a ceremony that is being held probably in close, because you can participate. You can travel from wherever you are, as long as you make it between 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and participate in this process.
There's a story here on the Star where a gentleman called, I beg your pardon, Kenneth Kimaiwa, who was President Moi and President Mwai Kibaki's cook, is now requesting that he should be given some special allowance for him to attend the burial in Udai. Reason being, he was in State House for 10 years. He cooked for President Moi, and again he cooked for President Mwai Kibaki between 1998 and 2008. So we can all imagine he was the man who was charged with the meal of all the presidents. So you can imagine how that sensitive that position was.
He's a legend.
He's a legend, and he's requesting.
Now he wants a special allowance?
Time or space per se for him to attend the burial. He says that he didn't attend President Moi's burial in Kabarak, but right now he's requesting that if possible he should be given a chance to attend that burial, because there will be, if I'm not wrong, there will be procedure and of course the permit, and because it will be a controlled area, so there will be a pass for you to get into the dome where the event will be taking place.
Why is he now, the gentleman who used to make food for this?
He's in Baringo.
Baringo.
Right, he's saying this in Baringo. I think after his retirement, he decided to also to get back home and serve his locals down there. So he's requesting. He said that President Kibaki was a very humble guy who loved his space and enjoyed his meal. He would eat pretty well.
All right, I think now we are on Parliament Road now, getting into Parliament. Right. We are almost at the gate of Parliament buildings. And probably from the request that the gentleman is making, I'm sure Waziri Fred Matiang'i can be able to organize for his going to Othaya to say goodbye to President Mwai Kibaki. And of course, as we go into the Parliament buildings, a very interesting story being carried by the People Daily, how senior citizens traveled from far and wide to view President Kibaki's body. From far and wide, senior citizens. But there you will remember, this cash transfer to the elderly citizens is a program also that began under President Mwai Kibaki. So you can understand why senior citizens also can travel from far and wide to come and view the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki. And they were in their numbers yesterday in Parliament buildings to come and bid goodbye to this man who not only thought about economic transformation, but also thought about sustenance of senior citizens in the country. Because, Victor, by playing around with senior citizens, you're also playing around with the history of the country. Because history of a country, history of a place is passed generation to another. And therefore, without senior citizens, there is a bit of history that is non-existent, and you will find gaps in that history, particularly when it is not passed from one generation to another. And how do you preserve them? How do you keep them? Is ensuring that you sustain them through the cash transfer or the stipend that they get from a government. And it was a step in the right direction. And President Uhuru Kenyatta, to his credit also, has improved on it
yes.
As a way of keeping our senior citizens in a better place.
Exactly. It's 8 minutes to 7. Exactly same time yesterday, the body arrived at the Parliament buildings. There you have it, the gun carriage making its entry into the precincts of Parliament. There you have it. These live pictures coming to you live on KBC Channel 1, and of course, we'll be giving you wall-to-wall coverage throughout the day, and of course, through Saturday. And be sure to get every beat without missing any beat of that. That is Parliament. And of course, now the ritual is going to be happening, the national anthem and the quarter guard parade also going to be mounted again today in honor of the late president. So yes, if you have a minute, as we always say, please make your way to Parliament buildings. With us, we've done our bit, all right?
Yeah, and it's good as you go. But I've just remembered of something that we were speaking yesterday. Of course, we're back in Parliament. You can see that now what is going to happen is that the officers in the level of Canal are going to remove the casket from the gun carriage and take it inside Parliament. But before then, there will be national anthem, and obviously we'll hand it to them once that is happening, and then come back. But President Mwai Kibaki's legacy in terms of the transformation of what you would call higher education. You will remember it is under him that the period of joining university was lessened. It used to be quite some time, transition from Form 4 to university. It is under him. And most importantly, the accessibility to education, particularly higher education. Do you know there are places in this country that didn't have universities? In the sense that a person will move county after another and another and another and another and another to go to a university. Right now, I'm sure, Victor, even in your West Kanyamkago ward, you have a university. Yeah?
West Kanyamkago, that is in Migori County. I come from Homa Bay County, but do we have a university in Homa Bay County?
Yes, we have Rongo University.
We have Rongo. Rongo is in Homa Bay. Rongo is in
Migori.
In Migori County.
Yes.
Yes, at the border.
So in every county,
right,
has a
at
university.
Least there is. Every region is
every region,
which is
actually has a university. And you look at this and you see it's a structural basic placement by President Mwai Kibaki, very deliberate to improve access to education, and particularly higher education, because it seemed out of reach. Even this universities could not handle the capacity. The capacity was not enough to handle this number of students. I think we need to listen in a bit
on your screen
to what is happening
the formation.
In Parliament. Yes.
All right, the formation now. There you have the salute of honor. Bearers. You could call them security, but these are pall bearers, the rank of colonels, and as usual, precision. They have to make sure that everything is in place, including the placing of that national flag is properly placed. The handling of the casket is done in a particular way. Now it's being lowered off the gun carriage to the wheel, and then shortly thereafter they'll have a national anthem conducted by a quarter guard, and the rest will follow into the area where the body will be viewed. There you have it. And of course, the military officers wear their ceremonial attires with all the decorations, showing the level of, the stature of President Mwai Kibaki, being the former head of state. And these soldiers are led by a brigadier. So you can imagine how ranking he was, and how many senior officials are handling this particular exercise. As you said, Curia, we are witnessing history unfolding right before our eyes.
Unfolding right in front of our eyes, and this is the second time we're having to witness this. Obviously, 2 years ago, our same point with President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, the second president of the Republic of Kenya, and now President Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki. And life is transient.
Exactly.
And I think this is a lesson for everybody to learn. Life is transient. Do what you can. Do good to others. And there's that song, Victor Lowe.
Yes.
It is not what you do, is what you leave behind.
What you leave behind.
Or what you leave behind when you go. Is what we talk about when you go.
And I think at this particular point we are having the national anthem. A moment of silence, apparently, right?
Let's listen.
It's 2 minutes past 7 a.m. and the body has already arrived at the Parliament buildings the same time that it happened yesterday. As you said, it's about time management. If at all there's something that we could learn from our military, it's about time management. Time is of the essence. When you're told that it's supposed to be at 6, that's how it is. That's how it is. Time is of the essence, and time wasted, as usual, shall never be recovered. Imagine if they arrived there at 8:30, John?
And because this is supposed to begin at 8, at 7 they're already in Parliament. That gives them ample time to prepare
1 hour.
for the viewing of the body of the late president. That means by 8 o'clock they're ready for the public to begin the process of viewing the body. And I think, as you're saying, that's a lesson in terms of time management that if anyone could learn, there's a lot you can recover, there's a lot you can cover just by the management of time. And the military is a very disciplined force. So those are pictures from inside Parliament. Obviously, as we continue to await the actual ceremony of body viewing to begin. It begins at 8. Members of the public will be able to begin the viewing for the very last day. And as we were saying, President Kibaki's legacy is so rich. Like they say, it is not what you take when you leave this world behind you. It is what you leave behind you when you go. The gentleman who had the pleasure of doing military fatigues, putting on the ceremonial uniform from the military as commander-in-chief, but never did, even once, for reasons best known to him. And you know, sometimes I found it hard to reconcile the fact that this president, who wanted to become a military man, Victor Olo, the man who wanted to become a military officer, did not even once put on his military fatigue or the ceremonial uniform of the military as commander-in-chief. And in fact, the only time when he appeared in public with that golden chain of commander-in-chief was actually during the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution. So for a man who wanted to become a military person, it's quite an interesting one that he chose to not wear this uniform. But of course, we'll begin our conversations. But before we begin our conversations, we'll take a breather. And when we come back, we begin our conversations here as we continue to celebrate the life of His Excellency, President Mwai Kibaki.
One bag of trash. Just wanna dance and listen some robado, chill out and make love to the music I love.
Well, we continue with the coverage of the viewing of the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki. If you're just joining us, you're watching KBC Channel 1. You can catch up with us on YouTube at KBC Channel 1, at KBC TV shows, on Facebook at KBC Channel 1, at KBC TV, as well as on Twitter, on those all platforms. And of course, you can also give us your feedback and your commiserations for the family of President Mwai Kibaki and the family. But for now, let's link up with our reporter Purity Museo, who is on standby from Parliament to tell us just about the mood and the feel before the body viewing begins. Purity, good morning.
A very good morning to you, John Jacob Carrier, right there in studio. We are outside Parliament building. Remember, today is the last day of viewing of the body of the former President Mwai Kibaki. The body arrived just before 7 in the morning, and as you can see, a long queue of people trying to come and pay their last respect to the former president. Today is the last day, and therefore Kenyans have only today to come here at Parliament buildings and pay their last respect to the third president of the Republic of Kenya. And as you can see in this queue are Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to ask them, I know they are here to pay the last respect, but let me ask them what exactly they remember about Kenya's third president. Let me just pick one of them randomly. How are you, sir? You are early in the you came here very early in the morning.
Come here 5 o'clock.
You are here at 5. Maybe you can tell us, I know you're here to pay your last respect, but why is this day very important to you, viewing the body of the former president, and what do you remember him for?
Kila kitu naweza kumbuka rais wetu Kibaki amenishomesa watoto wangu karibu 3. Na hata sasa atakuwa kwa jeneza na kwa kaburi. Ni mtu tunaweza kukumbuka sana, maana ile vitendo wametutendea Kenya hii. Kama tunaweza kupata president mwingine kama Kibaki, Kenya yetu inaweza enda sana na tunaweza songa sana. Elimu ni kitu ya maana, barabara ni kitu ya maana, hospitali ni kitu ya maana. He's a gentleman. He left the peace.
Na unasema kama tunaweza pata president mwingine kama Kibaki, tunaelekea uchaguzi. Labda unaweza tuelezea, unasema alisomesha watoto wako for free kwa sababu ya free primary education. Tuelezeni mambo gani ambayo unatarajia labda kwa wale viongozi ambao watakuja baadaye.
Kitu muhimu Kenya hii ni elimu. Kitu ya pili ni hospitality. Kitu ingine ni economy ile Kibaki amefanya Kenya hii. I don't think that we can get a right person like this gentleman. Yes.
Okay, may so rest in peace. Thank you so much for your time. Haya, huyo ameogopa. Wacha nitafute dada. Let me look for a lady at least so that okay, let me give him a chance first. Yeah. Please tell us what you remember the former president for.
Okay, first for remember for my Mwai Kibaki Obako. Namkumbuka kwa free education 2002. Wako na mzee wetu wa Kitale Anthem kwa mola kijana. Yeah.
Haya, nashukuru, asante.
Asante sana.
Haya.
Pia tuko sawa.
Okay. Let me try get a lady. Please allow us to speak with you and tell us, you're here early. You're here to pay your last respect to the former president. What do you remember him for?
Yes, my name is Margaret. I came all the way from Joska to pay my last respect to our third president, Mr. Mwai Kibaki. What I can remember ni kwamba by the time he took power in 2002, I was in class 1, and that's I'm a beneficiary, one of the beneficiary wenye walifaidika na free primary education. Yes.
Sasa hiyo ndo kwako unakumbuka kabisa. Asante sana and all the best. How are you, ma'am?
I'm fine.
Tafadhali tuelezee tu, umekuja hapa mapema sana, ni nini ambayo imekusukuma uamke mapema uje hapa, na how do you remember the former president?
Mimi nimekuwa hapa kuanzia 5 na nimekuja kumpea mkono wa buriani mzee wetu, maana alikuwa mzee mcheshi sana. Alikuwa katika mkutano, hakika mambo yake akizungumza ni mzee mchezi, lazima mtacheka. Alikuwa mzee wa furaha na amefanya mambo mengi, barabara amezijenga kwa utaratibu vizuri. Nashukuru, na ndio maana niko hapa kumpatia mkono wa buriani.
Asante sana, ubarikiwe. Karibia tu hapa. Tuelezee unamkumbuka vipi mzee?
Kwanza kabisa mimi naitwa Samuel Wang'ombe na jina ya shabiki naitwa Menja. Nimetoka huko Nyeri asubuhi. Mimi nakumbuka Rais Kibaki alileta masomo ya bure, akaleta CDF, na tunamkumbuka sana kwa sababu mambo mengi, hata hizi barabara za Thika Road alianza. Tunampenda sana, tena ni jirani huko Nyeri. Tunampenda sana kwa sababu ile kazi amefanya, tutakuwa tukimkumbuka zidani kama kuna president amefanya kazi kuliko President Kibaki. Kwa hivyo tunamkumbuka sana. Lazima nimetoka huko, nitoka saa 10. Nikasema tu nitakuja hapa tu nione mwili yake kwa sababu najua kule Udhaya hatutapata nafasi. Lazima nimefika hapa na tutamkumbuka, tunampenda sana. Lazima nimekuja hapa. Amefanya kazi nyingi sana, isipokuwa ni watu wengi wamepata kazi, na wakati alikuja kazi ilifunguka. So tukiangalia kama wakati huu kazi haipatikani, lakini wakati wa Kibaki kazi ilikuwa inapatikana sana. So tunamkumbuka sana. Tuko na maprofesa wengi wakati wa Kibaki na watu wengi walipata kazi, na tunamshukuru na Mungu amlaze mahali pema peponi.
Na unasema unatoka Udhaya, hapo ndipo mzee anapotoka. Labda unaweza tuelezea habari ya kuaga kwake, mlipokea vipi kama watu wa Udhaya?
Mimi nimetoka Tetu, lakini tumepakana kwa sababu pale nimetoka wakati wa mpande wa Ndogamano. Hapo analiko Munyange ni Nimba, hata unaweza tembea mguu. So huko nilikuwa huko pale, nimeona amepokelewa mzuri huko, watu wanahuzunika, na tukaona nafasi itakuwa kidogo huko hatutatoshea. Nikasema wacha nikuja hapa Nairobi, hapa nione mwili yake kwa sababu najua kule hatutatoshea. Lakini watu huko wamehuzunika, watu wengi wamesaidiwa na yeye sana. Nimesikia wengi wakisema hata ni yeye amewajengea huko, amewasomeshea watoto. So Kibaki ni rais wa kukumbukwa na kila mtu, na sio kwa Kikuyu, hata kwa kabila zote. Hata ukisikia hapa watu wote kwa laini wanaongea tu kuhusu Kibaki. Kazi yake ni nzuri sana.
Asante sana Keoria. Watu wengi wanataka kuzungumza na KBC na kupeana jumbe zao live at KBC. Wacha nimpatie mwingine mmoja nafasi atuelezee. Tuelezee majina yako, unatoka wapi na ujumbe wako, ama unamkumbuka vipi mzee?
Kwa majina naitwa Mustafa Rashidi, natoka Washingisho County, Eldoret. Namkumbuka marehemu Mwai Kibaki, kiongozi wetu ambaye kwamba aliongoza nchi kwa ustadi ya hali ya juu sana, ambapo kwamba kuanzia hii tupate uhuru, huyu ndiye alivunja rekodi kwa kutawala kwa uongozi muda mfupi, lakini uongozi ambao kwamba ni ya manufaa. Maana mashule alizijenga na elimu akaboresha ikawa ni ya bure, barabara kazijenga zikawa mbinu za kisasa, ikawa katika mbinu za kisasa. Yani Kibaki atasalia katika nyoyo za watu, kwa hata kama ameondoka vile, but tutazidi kumkumbuka sana na tunahuzunika sana kumpoteza Mwai Kibaki.
Haya, asante. Naona umetoka mbali huko nyuma, umekaribia hapo. Unataka kuzungumza na KBC? Haya, tuelezee.
Okay, mimi naitwa Apora, natoka Kayole saa 11 nimefika hapa nikapata kupeana hisia zangu za mwisho katika mazishi haya mzee Kibaki. Na Kibaki namkumbuka, kwanza hakuwa mtu wa kuongea mambo mengi, lakini alikuwa mchapa kazi. Nakumbuka before Kibaki apate uongozi, hii mambo ya constituencies ambazo zimechagua wabunge wa upinzani zilikuwa hazipati msaada. Lakini alipopata uongozi, kitu cha kwanza alianzisha CDF. CDF ikawa inasaidia watu kutoka kila upande. Wewe umechagua mbunge wa upinzani ama mbunge wa ruling party, constituency yako ilikuwa inapata nini? Inapata msaada. Na jambo lingine ambalo nakumbuka Kibaki ni kwamba wakati wake budget tulikuwa tunafanya sisi wenyewe. Lakini sasa hivi unakuta kwamba bajeti yetu sisi tunafanya nini? Tunafanya na mikopo. So wakati wake uchumi ulikuwa stable, si kama vile ilivyokuwa sasa. Jambo lingine, mawaziri alikuwa anawapatia nguvu za kufanya kazi. Hakuwa anawafuatafuata eti sijui anamchunga waziri wake. Akupatia kazi, wewe fanya kazi jinsi unavyoelewa kazi yako. So nimekuja hapa nipale simu zangu za mwisho kwake, ili ya kwamba anapopumzika apumzike pema peponi. Asante sana.
Asante. Can you allow me to speak with one of our special guests this morning? Asante sana mzee kwa kufika hapa. Tuelezee majina yako, unatoka wapi na unamkumbuka vipi mzee?
Majina yangu naitwa Anthony Kafero, natoka Busia. Lakini mzee namkumbuka, alikuwa nakula na sisi hajatusahau. Alikuwa nakula na walemavu kama sisi, mtajiwezi yote. Amekuwa tusahau. Nimekuja lazima nimwangalie kiendanga.
Ulifika hapa kama saa ngapi, na maybe labda uko na ujumbe gani kwa wale ambao wengine hawajafika, people living with disabilities? Tuelezee tu kwa fupi.
Nimefika masaa 12.
Tunashukuru, asante sana. Okay. Keria, we have been speaking with Kenyans. As you can see, just minutes after 7, long queues right here. Kenyans are coming to pay their last respect to the former president, Mwai Kibaki. Remember, today is the last day for the viewing of the body. The body has been lying in state from Monday, and today, Wednesday, it's the last day for this particular exercise, and therefore it will continue up to around 5 in the evening, and therefore we'll be just here monitoring how Kenyans are just here. And just to give a quick background on what most of the Kenyans are saying, most of the people here are acknowledging the fact that the former president was able to introduce free primary education. We also heard from the beneficiaries of the free primary education, democracy, and a leader who was really selfless. Those are some of the messages from Kenyans right here. So I'll hand it over back to Keria in studio, but we will be monitoring the situation here, even as Kenyans continue to go and view the body and pay their last respect to the former president. It's back to you in studio, Keria.
Thank you, Purity Museo. Fantastic job there from Parliament Buildings, and of course we'll keep tabs with you throughout the entire day as we monitor the event. This is the very last day of the body viewing of President Mwai Kibaki. Tomorrow the body lies in wait ahead of the interdenominational memorial service at the Nyayo National Stadium and the burial ceremony on Saturday at Othaya in Nyeri County. In studio I have Wilson Kamau. He is a political analyst and will be talking about President Kibaki's legacy. On the other end, Victor Olo has a former diplomat, but again, once a diplomat, always a diplomat. He has a diplomat, and we'll be talking about President Kibaki's legacy in terms of his foreign policy and how he allowed his ambassadors to work, despite the fact that he was not traveling as much to foreign nations. We will talk about that in a bit. But first off, Wilson.
Yes.
Looking at President Kibaki's legacy from where you sit as a political analyst, looking at his leadership skills, his modus operandi, how would you rate President Kibaki as compared to the others we have seen?
On a scale of what? 9 to 10. I would rate his presidency at 7.5 out of 10. He remains to be one of the best presidents this country has seen so far, because in most cases we judge someone's legacy when they leave office. If you can remember some time back, Kibaki came with a very good slogan, ya kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. And so what Kibaki was telling us, if we really love this country and we want to create this nation to be what we would want it to be, first we need to be very faithful with paying of our taxes. Okay, when he started doing that, things began to be a bit uncomfortable for so many people. You're from where I come from. And so there were some Kikuyu artists who walitoa nyimbo. They were hitting on him, and because that was the feeling across board, the songs became instant hits. Until he left office, everyone realized, Eureka, this is one of the best presidents ever. He came with free education. We credit that to him. Many of us are beneficiaries of that education. Okay, he's the father of the new constitution.
Yes.
He's the father of devolution. He has given us so much in this country. And even when you talk about economy, as an economist, I can tell you his macroeconomic decisions, which affected the microeconomic decisions out there, were out of this world. He is the father who revolutionized businesses in this country. When he came into power, I remember mobile phones were not easily affordable, and so only the few elite people like you would. I
was not an elite then. You could imagine where I was.
You say amen.
First of all, am I even an elite in the first place?
My point is, only a few people could afford mobile phones, and so when he came into power, he realized the importance of having a proper communication infrastructure, which again gave birth to an online money money revolution, which is M-Pesa, which has helped businesses run so sufficiently. You know, a long time ago, to send money, you would either give someone, you wait for someone who is going to maybe your reserve, you give them something, go give my mother this. Now you don't need anybody to give that money or send that money via posta. You just send to your mom, or you do business from wherever. And so Kibaki goes down as one of the best presidents this country has ever seen. And a salute to him. May God continue giving him peace, because that's a well-deserved rest. He served his nation greatly. And he's a man who beat the odds. He was a man who did not care about speeches, protocols. He knew the most important thing to do was work. There is no single time I saw Kibaki, by the way, you know, the way, what do you call them? Reading a speech. In fact, in most cases, he was asking, where is that speech? I don't even know where I've put it.
Obviously, unless in public holidays, when he would read his speech, and not for so long. But 7.5% is what you gave him, which is quite a high score.
It is a high score.
But I'm just wondering, where is the other 2.5?
Of course, no one is perfect. No one can really. If we are talking about a 10, then it means we would be in Singapore today. But what he did, he left a very good foundation to take us to Singapore. Yes, to be a Singapore very soon.
I was actually hoping that the 2.5, you would tell me whether there were failures on his end as president.
Not really, because in 2007, 2008, at the height of the political year, is when we saw a bloodbath in this country. All right, and there are things we cannot speak on air right now, and so we will overlook that one. Let his soul there.
And of course, we'll also look at, you know, past 2007 and coming into birthing the constitution that we have, a progressive constitution. And also we'll go back a bit and look at this man who comes to help a country that is not independent. But let me first throw it to Victor Olo to introduce his guest and probably have a bit of a banter before we come to this end. Victor?
Absolutely. And with me, I have Ambassador Ngovi Kitau, who served as ambassador to Korea. That is between 2009 and 2014.
Correct.
That is under President Mwai Kibaki.
Correct.
You've lost a boss.
Yes, I have. And thank you very much, Victor, and the management of KBC for giving me this opportunity to share my experiences with President Mwai Kibaki.
Right.
Yes. President Mwai Kibaki, I would say, is one of the best presidents Africa has ever produced. He was very sharply focused, revolutionary, and very visionary.
Right.
I will start by how I entered the civil service. I was the managing director of Marshall's East Africa.
Marshall's East Africa, yes.
Marshall's East Africa. And there was an Africa-India summit in New Delhi. And I was requested to attend that summit on a cost-sharing basis. And I did attend. What surprised me is that when I go to India, I met presidents from other African countries. I met President Thabo Mbeki from South Africa,
right.
President Museveni. But for Kenya, I was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Wetangula. And that kind of surprised me that Kibaki was willing to delegate and create space for others to excel and to show their capacity. So that is my first encounter with Kibaki's management style. Yes.
You know, what you've said has been said by so many people that President Kibaki never got into anybody's space. Once he gave you the mandate to do your job, that was it.
Yes, that is correct. And in my case, when I was posted to the Republic of South Korea, I was the first Kenyan ambassador to that country. I was actually on my own. It's like he gave us executive powers to do our jobs. But he had designed one of the best performance contracts I've ever seen. I never knew that civil service had gone to that extent because I was from the private sector. But I found that he had designed a performance contract which was superior to what we had in the private sector.
Yes.
Yes.
His foreign policy, people would say, the way you said, that he is one of the best presidents that Africa ever produced.
Yes.
From your own experience, how were his foreign policy? You know, South Korea is a very close ally to Kenya.
Yes.
And you are the first ambassador, as you say, to bring that tie and to bridge that gap between Kenya and South Korea. His foreign policies, how were they back then?
At that time, Kibaki had introduced a different management style in the country. He was operating under what we call the National Economic and Social Council, which was guiding his decisions. And on the foreign policy, we were implementing what was known as the Look East policy. And the Look East policy was basically to look at emerging markets, newly industrialized markets, and see what we can gain from them, how we can interact with them, how we can partner with them, as opposed to focusing so much on the Western side. And when I go to Korea, my assignment was first to establish why Korea has developed so rapidly, take into account that at one time, in around 1964, Korea was very poor. They borrowed money from us, and they were not able to pay a small amount like $10,000 for a period of 2 years.
Did you get that answer? Yes. As you settled in South Korea?
Yes, I did. And it is what Kibaki used to bring up Kenya. What the Koreans had done was to come up with a strategic development plan for the country. In our case, we call it Vision 2030. The Korean version of Vision 2030 was from 1962 to around 1996. So it took Korea that 4 years to move from an aid recipient to a donor.
Right.
And Kibaki wanted us to learn what is it they were doing we can do.
Absolutely.
And we were able to establish what we could do, and a lot of that was done.
And when you talk about Vision 2030, education, infrastructure, proper healthcare, industrialization, foreign policy, etc., those are some of the basic background and backbone that President Mwai Kibaki believed in.
Yes, those were, but I would like to isolate two. One was education.
Education.
And I will tell you where we are on that one. In the case of South Korea, the education policy was based on the industrialization policy. It was not education per se.
All right.
And what they did, depending on what was to be done in the industry, they meant education, as Kibaki did, free and compulsory at different stages. For example, in the early stages, they needed more people at primary level because the industry they were developing in those days was like the petrochemical industry, like you've seen how we are doing the air, the wigs we are doing, which was labor intensive.
Right.
So at that point, they meant primary education, free and compulsory. Then when it came to vocational skills, when now they were going into manufacturing, they made education free and compulsory. And as they progressed, they went to what we call the knowledge-based economy.
That is the same thing that happened in Kenya.
That's
free primary education that President Kibaki introduced, and then now we have a CBC.
Yes.
Right.
So education needs to be aligned to something.
Exactly.
So that we don't have producing people who don't have jobs, because that creates another social problem.
That is CBC, technically speaking. And when you look at the steps that we've taken so far, the foreign policy, for example, the ties between Kenya and South Korea, where are we, even after you've left?
I would think that the relationship has actually matured, because one of the assignments President Kibaki gave me was to go and establish why has the relationship of 1964 not matured. And I found that the Korean culture was different from our culture. And nobody had taken time to understand how they operate. So in the case, because Kibaki wanted us to implement economic diplomacy, because the Cold War had ended, USSR had collapsed.
Yes.
So there was no point of going so much on the political side, because he didn't see any growth in that. He wanted us to do economic diplomacy.
Yes.
And in that area, I discovered that the Korean culture is different from our culture. Koreans do business through trust. At the same time, Koreans don't trust. So that became a problem.
That's tricky.
So we had to find our way, what is it we can do with the Koreans where they can trust us? And that was to bring on board some Koreans to work with us. And if you remember the National Economic and Social Council, we had a Korean on board, Professor Kun Mo-chong, who was able to guide us on issues of Korea. And from there, we were able to get a lot of scholarships, which Kibaki was very happy with. We were able to do the ongoing project at Konsa, the KAIST.
The Konsa City.
The Konsa City, both the urban planning and the education. And we were also able to train a lot of scientists up to PhD level on the nuclear energy.
All right.
Yes.
Ambassador, just hold on a bit, stay with me, because we still have much more to cover, because we cannot talk about President Kibaki, within 15-20 minutes, but we'll try and squeeze as much as possible.
Okay.
Kyoria, you've had it. So Vision 2030 is more or less the same as the Korean kind of system, early childhood development, which Ambassador also said that was borrowed from South Korea. So we are making baby steps. We will be there someday, right?
Absolutely. And it's very interesting to see, the steps we're making towards achieving that Vision 20, that we would want to hear his opinion about the same and whether we are in a good place. But of course, also when we come back, probably also get to discuss the interest of Pyongyang, North Korea, and South Korea, and how Kenya reacted to some of these things. But still I have Wilson. And I'm looking at the year 1961.
Yes.
When President Kibaki is plucked from Makerere University, a newly married gentleman. The sacrifices he makes to join his country in planning for independence, even writing an independent constitution, and to solve the problems, particularly the economic plunder that the colonial government has done. It's a very rare sacrifice, particularly that we don't see from the current crop of politicians.
Kibaki was a peculiar man in so many ways, okay? He's actually one of the longest, if not the longest serving member of parliament, which he is, by the way, in the area, meaning that he got into politics at a very early age. And if only Kenyans would have given him power when he first sought it, you remember when that was in 1992. If we had believed in him, because he was not a political politician in terms of what we would call politics, because we love people who lie the best, we love people who love telling stories when they are looking for votes. Kibaki was such a gentleman that if he said it's doable, it's doable. If it's not doable, it's not doable. And so he was called so many names, and I wish that Kenyans believed in him. But today, only 10 years of his presidency defined this nation. And so having someone like Kibaki, moving forward, we can pick so much from him. Let us not even look at how political you are. Let us concentrate more on how agenda-oriented of a person you are. Because if we had gotten Kibaki to be president like 20, 30 years ago, then if we borrowed this the economic model from South Korea, then it means we could be somewhere near South Korea. What is South Korea known for? Look, it is all the things that Kibaki stood for. Industrialization, quality education, infrastructures, good manufacturing. And when you look at the things Kibaki was doing are not political. Those are the things that he implemented. And so I wish that moving forward we shall be able to pick a Kibaki who is not a political but a more an economic-oriented person. Yes.
And looking at pre-independence Kenya and a bit of post-independence, because the people who actually go to get Kibaki from Makerere are the late Tom Mboya,
yes,
and Mzee Jaramogi Oginga Odinga.
Yes.
Then. It appeared like merit mattered to a pre-independence Kenya than it does now.
Yes, yes.
Because all we consider today is tribe, other than the capabilities of people. Yes. I think back then common sense was very common to so many people. Merit mattered, and they were able to pick brains. It did not matter from what tribe you came from. They picked brain because we were a young nation. We were just learning how to crawl, not even walk. And so they needed every other brain out there to come and serve this nation. And I don't know at what point we are ever going to go back there, because today it is even impossible for you to get into power without a godfather. This godfather has to speak the same language as you, either corruption, he has to speak the same language where you come from, And so I wish that we would be able, I don't know, they say the more things change, the more they remain the same. But in this country, the more things are changing, the more they are changing for us. I wish we could be able now to go for brains. We are in a place in this country that only brains and character can save us. And so we need to start even as voters looking for such kind of people. Because if we expect these godfathers who are at the helm of this country to pick these brains for us, who do not, you don't have a good name, whose son are you, where do you come from, who is your father? If we're able now to pick someone who can be able to help this nation, I think that is the way to go. Yes, we need to do that. Among the most recorded times of economic prosperity, of course, other than when he takes power as president, is when he's serving as Minister for Finance and Economic Planning. But then the political exigencies of a time have President Moi removing him from the ministry.
Yes.
And taking him to Home Affairs, still as Vice President, but this time at Home Affairs.
Yes.
And I've just been wondering, why would the president, Moi, then, without faulting him, remove then a person who has already shown a track record in terms of delivering this Ministry of Finance to take them to Home Affairs?
Yes. In a nation, not even in a nation, in most cases, planning, failing to plan is planning to fail. And so this country was crushed economically, socially, when Moi was in power. Let's not get into details. He's not here to
May his soul rest in peace.
May his soul rest in peace. And so Moi was not the kind of a leader I would say was a structured leader in terms of planning, in terms of facilitation. Moi is the guy who would wake up in the morning and just say, let's go to this place. And so when Kibaki came with strategy and planning, when you're talking about planning, you have to rub shoulders the wrong way with people who are not planning. And so if you want results, you have to get rid of people who have been in that place doing nothing. And so he came with strategies and planning, and so many people around Moi felt this guy is a threat to our positions. And so he had to leave. The most regretful thing about Kibaki is that he is the best president who only got to rule when he was a bit older. I wish we picked those brains. I wish our fathers and our mothers and our grandmothers picked those brains when he was still younger, when he still had the energy to run this country.
Why do you think we didn't pick those brains at that point when he was younger?
Moi was he was the biggest hindrance to this nation. Anything to do with planning was not Moi's thing. Yep.
All right. There's also the question, of course, we will be showing pictures of the queues in Parliament right now as people continue to line up to view the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki. But looking at President Mwai Kibaki, obviously he fell out with President Moi, and he's removed as Vice President, then taken to the Ministry of Health. At some point when nobody expected, when the president has said cutting down Kanu is like trying to cut down a mogumo tree with a razor, how does he emancipate himself from being a pro-establishment to now positioning himself as opposition to the very same government, to the very same party that he had said is very difficult to cut down.
Kibaki's presidency was some sort of miracle. It was a miracle, by the way, in the making. We would have hoped that Moi would have picked Kibaki, and maybe Kibaki and Raila as his deputy. But the issue of whose son are you, again played in those politics, because they picked a greenhorn politician, or rather Moi picked a greenhorn politician who was President Uhuru, who didn't come with a wealth of experience, and so he was just positioning him for presidency someday. But again, look at what that did to our nation. It was a blessing in disguise, because supposing Uhuru got into power and missed out on a Kibaki presidency, the question therefore is, could we be where we are today? Could we credit the things could we have credited the things we credited Kibaki for 10 years when he was in power? That's a question for another day. But so when Moi betrayed this to Kibaki, in fact I say Moi is the one who betrayed Kibaki, but that betrayal was a blessing in disguise, because when Moi and Kibaki came together, that's when we created Kibaki. That's when Kibaki was born to be the leader he had always wanted to be in this country. Yes.
And before we hand it to Victor, when President Kibaki assumes power, like any other leader, like any other person, he had the opportunity. Obviously, you remember when President Moi takes power in 1978, the people who called him a passing cloud and stuff like that, obviously he had a way of dealing with them, true. Including moving them.
Yes.
President Kibaki had a golden opportunity to revisit, let me use that word, to revisit the ills visited upon him by probably President Moi and his allies. In fact, Kiraitu Murungi says, at some point they wanted to jail President Moi, but President Kibaki refused.
He refused.
Why?
Kibaki was a man of peace. He loved peace. He enjoyed his tranquility. You know, he had so much peace within himself that he gave that peace to the nation, because it was so easy for him to do that, but he failed to do that because he knew the implications of doing that. And he just wanted to see a thriving nation. And sometimes I'm tempted to think, I think older presidents are good because they just think about a legacy. And so Kibaki, even look at him when he retired from power. He did not meddle with the running of nation even after he left power. He just wanted to enjoy his retirement at peace. And so we didn't even see these presidential candidates going looking for him. He just said, I'm told at one point he said, mimi nilifanya kazi yangu nikamaliza, nyinyi fanyeni kazi yenu, ni wakati wenu. And I wish moving forward we would get so many Kibakis, because he was just interested with not political theatrics. Oh, he has jailed this one. He just wanted to see a thriving and a working nation, and that's what Kibaki gave us for his 10 years presidency.
And I remember sometime addressing the president and his deputy saying, hawa vijana wafanye kazi,
waache mambo mingi wafanye kazi. We have lost one of the best presidents we are going to have, and he goes down in the books of our history as the father of so many things. Remember when Thika Highway was done? We could not believe it was Kenya.
We'll talk about it.
All right.
We'll talk about it. Let's first take it to Victor. You know, Victor, picking up from when President Moi retires, I would want to understand probably from Balozi how Kenya's foreign policy changed, because one, you have a country that is reeling from a weak economy, a negative global image, and you have, you know, even donor confidence in the country is at very low and minimal. What does President Kibaki do to restore donor confidence and, of course, the standing of this country in the global world?
Ambassador, that question is raised to you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for that question. I'll say that when Kibaki took over the leadership of this country, the economy was not in line with the expectations of the Kenyans. And without being critical, I think Kibaki came up with a very clear plan on how to transform the economy in terms of manufacturing, international trade and employment. And I do remember that time we were given an assignment to try to understand, like in my case in Korea, how the foreign policy of South Korea relates to the trade policy.
Yes.
And I was very surprised to find out that the Korean foreign policy was actually the trade policy.
The trade policy.
It was the trade policy.
Yes.
Their job was to go out there and create market for the Koreans everywhere in the world. So they had segmented the market, which is something we also try to copy, where their focus was on advanced economies where they could produce products for those markets which are of high quality and good profits. Then the second category was large emerging markets like Brazil, South Africa, and then finally the resource-rich countries. Now, that was a problem for us when it came to relating with Korea because we could not fall in those categories.
Right.
But on our side, Kibaki said, we do have products. And one of them was coffee.
Coffee. In fact, when you talk about trade and coffee, you know, President Mwai Kibaki opened the market, the gates of, you know, exports.
Yeah.
And Kenya is a serious exporter when you talk about coffee. Our tea is one of the best, again, in the world. How was the Kenyan market expanding way back then when immediately President Mwai Kibaki took reins of power?
Yeah, let me talk about coffee. When Kibaki took over, our exports of coffee to South Korea, the value was like $1 million per annum, despite the fact that we had so much coffee.
Yes.
Then we embarked on a strategy to get Koreans to test Kenyan coffee and compare with others. And I remember the market entry strategy we used was, there was a big exhibition where the president of Korea was visiting. And we insisted that the president of Korea should test Kenyan coffee and the prime minister. And the moment they did that, the market opened. And Kibaki was very happy because in the following year, the value of our coffee exports to Korea jumped from 1 million to 6 million and then finally to $25 million a year. And in honor of Kibaki, before I came back, I introduced many brands of Kenyan coffee in Korea, including Kiambu Coffee, Masai Coffee, Mount Kenya, Nairobi. The last branding I introduced Odaya Coffee through a supermarket chain called EMAT.
EMAT.
Yeah, that was in honor of Kibaki.
How is the consumption currently?
Sorry?
The introduction, the sets of coffee that you introduced. How is the market rate right now?
The Korean market keeps on rising.
How is it performing?
And so end of last year, the Korean consumption of coffee has reached 100,000 tons, metric tons. Unfortunately, our production of coffee has dropped from 128,000 tons a year to 35.
All right. Okay, so your screen there, Kenyans are tripping in at the parliament buildings. And of course, today's number is slightly bigger than yesterday. And yes, so to speak, yesterday it's a few minutes to 8 in the AM, and the number keep on rising. Of course, being the last day, we would expect a lot of activity. Kenyans coming there in droves. There's a gentleman who said that he left Nyeri in the morning, or there to be precise, just to come and pay his last homage to the late President Mwai Kibaki. Today is going to be a very busy day at Parliament Building. So, yes, it's open to the public. It's your chance to have that one moment that perhaps, you know, many people did not have a time to meet him face to face when he was still alive. But that is life. That is life. As Kiora said, that life is transient. And so we have to appreciate it. Kiora, as you pick it from there, let me ask this way. At some point, Kiraitu Mourning, who is now the governor, said that they were ready to pick charges against President Moi when Kibaki took over power. But it is President Kibaki who said, you know, it doesn't have to work like that. Perhaps if you can just shoot that question. How was President Mwai Kibaki when he even invited President Moi to State House 6 months down the line, and President Moi was a bit, jittery. He wasn't so comfortable with it, but nonetheless, they still met.
And it's something probably Willie Kamau will comment on, because I think President Moi had the right, or was in his element by being jittery about it. Remember what happened during the swearing in of President Mwai Kibaki? The people who threw stones at him.
Yes.
Which then means when you see how President Kibaki treats President Moi after he has assumed power, it means then what happened at Uhuru Park to President Moi was not sanctioned by President Kibaki himself.
Yep.
Which means then loyalists of these politicians can actually set up a country in flames.
Very true.
Even without being sanctioned by...
Very true. Remember when Kibaki was being sworn in, he was actually recovering from a very nasty accident. And so he was, I would say he was not in the political meetings of what was being planned around the swearing in date, or rather before they got there. That means they were telling him, they would look for him, tell him, the next president, this is what we have planned, and he would just give them his blessings. And so I feel Kibaki is the best man in terms of showing leadership skills, because leadership is not just about development, it's about even peace, it's about knowing the right thing to do. And Kibaki seems to understood these things, because what could have been the implication of jailing Moi? What would it have costed President Kibaki to invite Moi at State House and just have a cup of tea with him? Just what I want is just let's build the nation. And that was a very good gesture that again goes down in books of history. Remember how many years are those? We are discussing it today as a very good gesture. It will continue to be discussed, because he was a man full of peace and stability within himself. Remember, he was not even a bitter man. He had been called General Keguya. You know what that means. Yeah, but he did not visit these things. He was saying, hey man, I do not have much time left. I am old. Let us fix this country. Let's do what we can do for the sake of this nation. Remember when Kibaki was taking over power, the country's economy was shattered. Nothing was working. No system was working. And within a period of 10 years, he had turned around the economy of this country. People were making money. Banks were hawking their services to the people. You would find Barclays, all these big banks, they were pitching tents at Gekomba, near, what do you call them, these bus stations.
Even OTC.
Just for people to come and just to sell their services. But why? Because he had created an economic boom of circulation of money that was so great that people stopped complaining. When people are busy working, they are eating, they don't have time to complain, as opposed to previous president.
And what surprises me about President Kibaki is the fact that he resisted overtures to borrow money from outside the country.
Yes.
And he relied so much on taxes being collected, the revenue being collected, but also a bit of borrowing from local banks.
Yes.
What makes me get surprised is the fact that even with the local borrowing and depending on revenue, he still did not overcrowd local borrowing, to the sense that even the normal person, even that small business was still able to access credit from local banks.
If you look at his economic model, he was first empower people before taxing them. Because there is no way you can tax people you have not empowered. And look at his macroeconomic decisions. He waived taxation for anything, for any asset generating items for people. One, he created a communication, an infrastructure communication that enabled people to do business from whatever part of the world, of Kenya, by waiving taxation for mobile phones. And so mobile phones created a job like no other for the people who imported and brought in the mobile phones, the services these mobile phones were offering to Kenyans. And then you can look at one of the most amazing things he did. When Kibaki took over power, he waived taxes for boda bodas. Okay? I think a boda back then was costing the most expensive one was at, I think, 65,000. Today it's about 120, double the price after he has only 10 years gap. And so young people created jobs out of these bodas. And so these guys are making money. So where do they take the money? Banks like Equity Bank come in and they start growing exponentially.
So actually, Equity started as Equity Building Society.
Exactly.
Under Kibaki.
Yes.
And then finally becomes a bank.
Exactly. Why? Because the people down there were economically empowered by Kibaki so much that they started saving. And so when you save this money, what does the bank do? Hey, government, do you want money? Yes, we have money. So, and you know, the banks will always prefer to work with banks more than even giving you money. And so Kibaki understood the importance of empowering these people to save money in these banks, just like China and South Korea, what they do, by the way. These countries are built by savings. When people save a lot of money, there is so much circulation of money such that the bank borrows this money, puts it in investments, and these investments are money still that is circulating within the economy. And so everybody who was working in Kibaki's time had means of making money. So one of the things I remember Kibaki, we will always remember Kibaki, is that he did not tax people without empowering them first. He first empowered them to tax them, and that's why we saw an economic boom and growth in this country. If you look at his GDP growth, man, it's only the only time we were affected was between 2002, not 2007 to 2008. That's when our scales of economy went down. But as far as growing the economy, Kibaki knew how to do it, and he grew the economy by not taxing people, but lowering taxes for people.
All right. The Standard today talks about the bittersweet, the Raila Kibaki ties, and we'll talk about their ties. Yesterday, the papers had aptly captured the moment of 2002, a rising nation, a nation with hope. But there was a name OU between President Kibaki and his partners in the NAC coalition. Mwenge used to be called Mwenge.
Yes.
And the papers are trying to paint a situation where this was a very big moment for the Republic that President Mwai Kibaki squandered in terms of ensuring cohesion and political stability. Do you think so?
No, I don't think so. Kibaki was a man wise in so many ways. And remember, all these are politicians. He had seen what politics can do to a nation. And so Kibaki had to betray some things for the sake of this nation. And so today we look back and we are so thankful that he did not allow so much politics into his presidency. Because if so much politics played in his presidency, he would not have done whatever he did in terms of achieving and taking this country to the next level. And so I am happy he even did that, because it was avoiding taxes. Remember, Kibaki had served this country for so long, and he knew the characters and the persons of these people who were just trying to find their way into his leadership. And so I am happy it never happened, by the way.
Of course, we will talk about the friction that emanates from him not respecting that MOU inside his government. We'll talk about it in a bit. But Victor, it is important, you know, whenever a country is discussed in terms of its foreign policy, good neighborliness is one of them.
Yes.
And in terms of trade, because Kibaki really paid a lot of attention to issues of economy and trade, I'd want probably to know from Balozi, what was the volume of trade between Kenya and her neighbors before President Kibaki took over?
Ambassador?
Sorry, repeat that question.
How was the trade between Kenya and our neighbors during Moi's regime, and probably just to add, after Moi's regime, when President Kibaki took power?
Yeah, when Kibaki took over power, he brought in the enablers, the infrastructure, and that saw an exponential growth of our trade with our neighbors, and especially Uganda.
Yes.
Before, they were a little bit uneasy. There was dissonance because of the way the country was run. Now and then, there would be clashes here and there would be protests, and that delayed their cargo from the Mombasa port to Uganda and the countries beyond. And Kibaki made sure that whatever happened in the country, the trade between the countries, the trade between Uganda and South Sudan were not affected by disagreements in the country. So the volumes grew.
You know, when you talk about the growth, the issue of peaceful coexistence, peace resolution between countries, we have conflict resolutions rather, and, you know, etc., etc. During Moi's regime, it was a bit kind of unilateral. But when President Mwai Kibaki took over, it all changed. But still, he maintained some of the aspects that Moi carried along with him. But President Moi was somehow personally involved in the peacemaking processes. But Mwai Kibaki used proxies like ambassadors like you. How would you describe his leadership in terms of peace resolution approach?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because if you look at Kibaki's approach, where he was able and he allowed ambassadors and the ministers to get involved in conflict resolution, it worked better than when the former presidents were doing it themselves.
Yes.
And look at the case of His Excellency Stephen Kalonzo. It was a product of that approach by Kibaki.
The shuttle diplomacy.
Yeah.
Remember.
Which up to now,
yes,
even President Uhuru has been using Kalonzo for South Sudan and DRC. That is what was initiated by Kibaki. And it has worked better for us. Because I do remember 2 or 3 months ago, the DRC delegation was in Nairobi when they wanted to join the East Africa community. And they saw Kenya as the leader in the region. And they came to Kenya. I remember attending a dinner with them to see how best we can assist them to join the East Africa community. That is the framework initiated by President Kibaki. Yes.
Ambassador, let's not also forget that the power and the negotiations between South Sudan and Sudan was done here in Naivasha under leadership of President Mwai Kibaki.
Yes.
That tells a lot that he was a man, and in his foreign policy, one, he wanted a united kind of Africa. Neighborliness was quite paramount to him during his reign. And now South Sudan, even if you look at their flag, they have, it's more or less the same as Kenyan flag, even the colors. So how would you attribute that?
Yeah, as I said, Kibaki was for peace because he was an economist and he understood the essentials of trade. You will not be able to do business where there is no peace.
Right.
And that was key in his policy, that we have to unite and ensure there is peace within Kenya and in the region. And the other aspect of that was the initiation of the project of LAPSET, where now it would be able to link the countries, our neighbors, and all the way to West Africa. I think that we should give credit to Kibaki for that commendable effort.
Ambassador, at what point did your phone ring while you're in South Korea? President calling?
Sorry?
Did your phone ever ring? President Mwai Kibaki calling?
I will tell you, and I'm being very honest with you, Kibaki has never called me.
But you are an ambassador in South Korea.
I represented the president, but Kibaki...
He would pick up his call. There was a direct line saying, Ambassador, something's happening, the president calling.
Kibaki's style of working was that you are on the ground, you are there to solve the emerging issues there, and if you are not able to, then you are the wrong person. Because he is sitting 15,000 kilometers away.
Yes.
You understand the policy. You know the framework. What's he calling you for?
What is he calling you for?
Yeah. That means you are unable to manage.
Yes.
And he had given us executive powers to perform. The only time I saw Kibaki get involved is like he was getting unhappy with the progress in the energy sector. Because Kibaki was switched on manufacturing.
Right.
And the cost of energy was slowing us down. And he got all the ambassadors and took them to Kitui, to the Mwai place, to see the coal which is there. And he told us to go and look for investors so that we can harvest this coal and get cheaper energy.
A leader extraordinaire. His phone or your phone never rang during President Kibaki's tenure.
I don't think he had time for such things.
Oh my goodness. Quite an interesting person. Jacob, a lot has been said about President Mwai Kibaki, and as you can see on the left on your screen there, happenings at Parliament buildings. Today is a double line. Jacob.
Yeah, it looks like it will be a tough day for security officers keeping guard because the line is way too big today. It's not like yesterday, but you know the typical Kenyan style of using the very last day of making hay while the sun shines. And that is what exactly we're doing. Of course, you can see the exercise of viewing the body has started at the Parliament buildings. And therefore, if you still want to participate in the exercise, you can still run there. And of course, join fellow Kenyans. You saw, the people Purity Musea was talking to this morning, exuding hope that they will be able to view the body, but most importantly, celebrating the life and times of President Mwai Kibaki, who served this nation for too long, and again 10 years as President of the Republic of Kenya in various capacities before becoming President, including being Vice President. And those are live pictures from Parliament, and that is what we'll be doing for the entire day today. By the way, there was supposed to be a sitting of the National Assembly today. I've not seen any gazette notice avoiding the same, so probably there will be a sitting that will allow for an adjournment today, to allow for an adjournment of the National Assembly, because we're supposed to be resuming today, and probably even get time to mourn President Kibaki. Yeah?
On Monday.
Yes.
Special sitting, that's at 2:30 p.m. Today at National Assembly main chambers.
Absolutely. That means then the National Assembly will also get an opportunity to mourn President Mwai Kibaki, who was in that chamber for so many years, representing Donholm constituency, the current Makadara constituency, and then Othaya from 1974. So clearly the National Assembly will have a moment to do that, but that's just it. We are live from Parliament buildings and including inside the chambers once that session begins. But let me hand it over back to you, Victor, to continue with Balozi as you talk about Kibaki's foreign policy. But I'm still interested in the question of Victor. North Korea has had some bit of aggression towards South Korea. Balozi is saying never did President Mwai Kibaki call him, probably to guide him on how to respond as a country towards this aggression.
You had the question? The strife between South Korea and Korea.
South Korea and?
North Korea.
And North Korea, rather.
Yeah, I will not venture into that discussion because it's very sensitive. But what I would like to say is that the main difference between the two countries is just policy. The policy they had when during the Korean War from 1950 to 1953, the country was divided between America and Russia.
Yes.
And this is a very emotional topic, and I would like to request all Kenyans who go to South Korea to actually avoid discussions on South and North Korea.
All right.
Yeah, we have a young man in North Korea called Kim Jong-un, and he's served by his sister Kim Yo-jong. They are the kids of Kim Jong-il, and their grandfather is Kim Il-sung, and we just leave it like at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's talk about the Moi's style of handling foreign policy. Moi's style of approach was the formulation, the foreign policy formulation and implementation was somehow characterized as centralized. But when Kibaki took over, it was more of ad hoc. When you look at it, it was decentralized. It was being handled through foreign affairs ministries. That is a very big departure when you compare the two regimes.
Yes, it is. But I would like to make one correction that President Kibaki's style was not ad hoc. It was based on a carefully thought out strategy. And I do remember that question arising one time in an international forum where somebody called me an hour in a discussion, and I almost froze.
Right.
They asked me, what do you have to say about the slogan Vision 2030? And that shook me, because it was never a slogan.
Right.
So Kibaki had a very clear framework on how to engage and how to transact. Yes, and that was the difference between the former regime and this regime. Yes.
So most of the, talk about the Minister of Foreign Affairs, they were more of given more powers. They were more empowered to handle international relations between the government, between two governments, so to speak?
Yes, they were given more powers, and for the first time we were able to relate with the Treasury.
Right.
Because before, you'll find that the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Foreign Affairs were doing things differently and separately. But during Kibaki's time, we worked together, and I can speak for my case where before, when, say, South Korea is visiting Kenya, South Korea, the embassy and, say, Korea Exim Bank would meet our treasury, and the Kenyan Foreign Affairs was not there. And during my time, I would travel all the way from South Korea to attend those meetings in treasury. So I feel that the Kibaki's approach was good in team building, and it enabled the country to be stronger at the international arena.
Perhaps your lowest moment while you're serving as an ambassador in South Korea, your lowest moment?
There were two. And these are things we don't like discussing in public. The first one was when there was a bid to move the UN headquarters from Nairobi.
Right.
That was really painful. And that's
which
the
President
time
Kibaki really fought for.
Yes.
The UNEP
I
and
had
UN
to
headquarters.
really talk to people in Nairobi, to talk to Kibaki, and Kibaki said, hold your ground and say no. The other moment was we had done a deal with Italy long time ago in Mombasa at the time of Balala, where we support Italy to be the chair, and we are the vice chair of the UNWTO, the World Trade Tourist Organization.
Yes.
Now, when the time came, we met in Korea, and I remember I went with the Honorable Balala. He was the Minister of Tourism, and everything was fine. Then the next day, it was like 200 kilometers. I went back to Seoul and continued with my work. I got a phone call that things were not working. And I was told to go back. So I went. And then when I asked, I was told that Italy have decided to contest against us, despite the agreement. And then there was a feeling that we can't win, we should backtrack. But then I pointed out that we don't have the mandate. We just have to go ahead and bid. And then I talked to our friends from Africa and in Middle East. And the first person to support us was Iran. And they were able to support us, and we won the chairmanship. So those were the two moments when I felt that probably I shouldn't have been in Korea.
But nonetheless, you stayed and finished your term pretty well. It's 17 minutes past 8 a.m. Viewing of the board is still continuing at Parliament buildings. There you have it. And yes, if you have got a minute or two, it's open to the public. Make your way there. Today is the last day. At 5 p.m. the body will be taken back to Lee Funeral Home, and it will lie in wait tomorrow. And then on Friday, the next chapter will take place on Friday. The body will be taken to Mwai National Stadium for interdenominational prayer ahead of the final burial rite on Saturday. The body will be flown by the military chopper to Nyeri. So more of the program will be communicated by the government as and when we get them. An interesting discussion here in studio. Jacob Curia?
Well, of course, I'm also joined by Mama Lina Jabi Kilimo. You, of course, understand one of the biggest legacies is that her work at the anti-FGM board, but then worked directly with President Mwai Kibaki. And it's also very important to understand, being part of his first cabinet after forming government, how it was like. But first of all, Mama Lina, karibu sana. You're welcome. You know, let's start by looking at days before the formation of the NAC government. First of all, you decide to vie on a NAC ticket when Rift Valley is Kano. What was happening?
Thank you very much. I vied on a DP ticket.
On a DP ticket.
It became NAC. You know, NAC was just an umbrella of many parties together. But I vied on a Democratic Party ticket.
All right, hold on a bit. So we put on your microphone so we pick up the story of Lina Jabi Kilimo, obviously going against the grain in Rift Valley and probably starting her political career. You realize she's a person who goes against the grain in most of the times. So you vied on a DP ticket.
Yes, I vied on a DP ticket, and this was informed by the fact that when I looked at his manifesto, it spoke directly to the needs of Marakwet. And I had tried in 97 and did not make it. But this time in 2002, I sought opinion of other women leaders ahead of me. And so I sought the opinion of Zipporah Kitony, Senator Zipporah Kitony, who was then a nominated Kano and yet in Maendeleo ya Wanawake. And she actually told me I try somewhere else. She directed me to Ambassador Tabitha Sei that maybe there is an opportunity in DP and not in Kano. And I'm so grateful that despite her being a Kano person, she looked out for where an opportunity could present itself for me. And so vying, it was very tough vying in the opposition then in Rift Valley. Especially on ADP, and everyone else was Kano. Most of my meetings I had to do them at night so that the chiefs, you know, they were very tough, so they can come and derail your meeting. Then, of course, then when he got an accident, he never managed to come and campaign for us. I'm grateful that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga took that mantle and he went everywhere. Where there was a candidate for NAC, the coalition, then he came there. So he came to my constituency.
By the time you're vying, you say you're looking at the manifesto of President Kibaki.
Yes.
It's good for Marakwet. Yeah. Have you met him personally at this time?
No.
You haven't met him?
No, we haven't.
Okay.
We never met. The first time I met him is when we were being sworn in. Yes.
As ministers or being sworn in as, or him being sworn as president?
As being sworn in as ministers. Because, I mean, even as president, he's very far, isn't it? But now when we went to State House to be sworn in as ministers, that's the first time I came close to him. Wow. So I believe he had a strong team. Apart from Right Honorable Raila Odinga, even Mudi Awori, yes, kept on checking how I was doing. And of course, many of his supporters came and trained us. The late Alex Mureithi, yes, actually kept in touch with me. He actually trained me on how to win elections and all that. Professor Wanjohi. So he had a team that looked out for the aspirants to build their capacity.
I would want to know, and that's a very interesting story. Let's first head over to Parliament and link up with our reporters. But of course, when we come back,
yes,
for a lady who has not met the president.
Yes.
And then you hear your name is in cabinet.
I nearly collapsed.
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Let's first head over to Parliament and link up with Purity Museo and Ben Chumba, who are in Parliament. Purity and Ben, if you can hear me.
Good morning, Kyria and Victor. Once again, we are coming to you live from the Parliament buildings, and the body of the late former President Mwai Kibaki did arrive here for the third day just minutes before 7 a.m. in the morning, and you understand that today is the last day that Kenyans have an opportunity to pay the last respect to the former president. The body has been lying in state from Monday. It was supposed to lie in state for 3 days, so today is the last day ahead of the National Memorial Service on Friday, and we saw a very long queue of Kenyans coming here and ready to view the body, and as you can see from that point, that is where they are being cleared from, and they are now officially allowed to go and view the body of the late president. Some were even here as early as 5, and these are not only Nairobians but Kenyans from different parts of the country. We've seen people coming through from Eldoret town, people coming from even Othaya, the home of the late former president. And therefore, today is the last day that they are expected to view the body of the former president. The exercise is expected to continue up to until 5, and tomorrow there will be no body viewing. Therefore, there is no one who will be expected here tomorrow. And right now, yes, the viewing of the body is ongoing inside the Parliament building, and it's a very orderly exercise. Clearance right there and clearance right here at the entrance to the Parliament buildings, and once Kenyans view the body, then they're allowed to go out. So it's a very smooth exercise that began at around 7 a.m. in the morning, and therefore the exercise will continue. And as you can see, they're just walking into the Parliament building where they will be allowed to view the body of Kenya's third president, former President Mwai Kibaki. And actually I'm joined by my colleague Ben Chumba. We are here together. Ben, we thought we were early, but trust me, there are Kenyans who are here as early as 5 in the morning remembering the former president, and most of them are saying that they are beneficiaries of the free primary education. Others are parents who say that Kibaki helped us take our children through education. Maybe as also a Kenyan, what do you think about the former president?
Labda nitumie lugha ya Kiswahili. Labda tu kwangu nitasema kwamba awali niliweza kushuhudia safu ikiwa ndefu sana nyakati za asubuhi na mapema, lakini pindi muda unapozidi kusonga unaona kwamba safu inapungua, alafu kidogo kidogo tena unaona Wakenya wamekuja kwa wingi, alafu safu inakuwa ndefu na tena inapungua. Nadhani hii ni kutokana na jinsi ambavyo ulieleza hapo awali kwamba wakati watu wanapoingia ndani shughuli ni haraka, hakuna kusimama, unatembea, unaona mwili wa mwenda zake Kibaki na unaondoka. Nadhani hiyo imesaidia sana pakubwa kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wengi wanaweza kutazama mwili, kutoa heshima zao za mwisho na kuondoka kwa upesi. Licha labda ya kusongamana katika lango hili, na jinsi ambavyo pia umeangazia swala la usalama, jinsi ambavyo usalama ulikuwa umedumishwa siku ya Jumatatu, na usalama pia bado umeimarishwa. Na labda tu kuongezea ni kwamba kutakuwepo labda na baadhi ya viongozi ambao huenda bado watafika eneo hili ikiwa bado hata siku ya 3. Utakumbuka kwamba kiongozi wa chama cha ODM Raila Odinga amekuwa katika ziara yake Marekani, na hivyo basi hapo jana alisema kwamba ataweza kukatiza ile safari yake ya Marekani anga kuweza kuja kutoa rambirambi zake na pia kutoa pole kwa familia mwenda zake Mwai Kibaki. Kwa hivyo kwa wakati wowote huenda labda akafika na pia naye pia akajitosa katika eneo hili kuweza kuona mwili wa mwenda zake Mwai Kibaki.
Ndio manake the first day tuliona viongozi walijitokeza sana wakiongozwa na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Kwa hivyo labda leo, manake anarudi leo kiongozi wa ODM Raila Odinga, labda anatarajiwa kufika hapa, lakini tutakaa hapa tuone ni viongozi wagani ambao hawajafika watafika, na pia Wakenya wanaendelea kuingia mahali hapa. And vile unavyosema, the smooth exercise, this is the second time that we are having this exercise. Remember in 2020 when the Kenya's second president, the late President Moi, died, it was the first time, and we're experiencing long queues here. But like we have witnessed, there are 2 points. So once they are clear, that is why there is no much crowd outside the Parliament, because they are being cleared from that point. And so when you come at the gates here, there is no clearance, so you're just getting in. machine. So this making the process really fast, even for Kenyans. They are able to view the body of the late president and then just go back to work. So it's a smooth exercise. The turnout, I would say, it's really huge because the officers there, they are trying to, there's a number of people that they're clearing at once, and therefore once they are cleared, then the next group is cleared. And so that is what we've been able to witness since morning. Thank you so much. So that is what is going on here, Victor and Kioria. We have seen this exercise run smoothly since we arrived here before 7 in the morning. And most interestingly, Kenyans were here even before the arrival of the body. They were right there waiting to be cleared. The late president, Kenya's third president, Mwai Kibaki, being remembered as a humble leader, as a leader, most Kenyans saying that he helped us go through education, free primary education, the best CEO most Kenyans that are describing him as, because they're saying that during his time, our economy was really, really stable, and they're looking forward to even having issues like the cost of living being addressed in the next administration after elections, of course, August polls. And therefore, Kioria and Victor, we are here monitoring the situation for you. Just a brief background, what is going on here. Today is the last day of the viewing of the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki, the third and final day. He's been lying in state since Monday, and therefore, according to the committee that is organizing his funeral, he was supposed to be here for 3 days, and therefore his body has been coming from the Lee Funeral Home all the way through the Parliament, through the Valley Road, and making its way in a casket escorted by the military into the Parliament building. So tomorrow we do not once again expect this exercise to continue. Today is the last day, and therefore for every Kenyan who is willing or wants to pay their last respect to Kenya's third president, the late Mwai Kibaki, then they are welcome to come before the end of the day. That is 5 o'clock, because tomorrow there is no viewing of the body, and the burial is expected at his Othaya home in Nyeri County on Saturday, and on Friday the National Memorial Service will take place at the Nyayo National Stadium. I want to return back to you, Victor and John Jacob Kioria.
Fantastic job, Purity Museo, back at Parliament. And of course, we'll keep linking up with you to just give us the ongoings in Parliament, of course, being the last day. And the numbers are huge because this is the very last day. But obviously, as we monitor the situation in Parliament, very interesting things, a front row seat into President Kibaki's first administration or first term. And on the other end, Victor has one of President Kibaki's representatives to South Korea as ambassador. And therefore, we're just having to look at the legacy of the president. But before we went to Parliament, I was engaging Mama Lina Jabi Kilimo. And you were saying your appointment, you almost collapsed. One, because you had not met the president.
Yes, and I didn't expect that I would be a minister. All I expected was to be a member of parliament and really make noise about the insecurity that was happening between Pokot and Marakwet. And so my eyes were set on my agenda, not serving the government, but serving the people. And I was doing some exams which at Kenyatta University. So we were having lunch with my colleagues. Then I saw on TV that, I've been made a minister. Wow. So I think I stopped now. And of course, it took me some other days to come and finish my exams.
Nobody had ever spoken to you in between when you were elected as MP and this appointment. Nobody had asked you, nobody had talked to you about any possible appointment?
No. I mean, I didn't have the network. Are you forgetting that I was a village girl from Eldoret? I didn't have much network. And, we did not have this kind of phones that we have right now where you can send WhatsApp or even text. I didn't have much network. Yes, the network that I had was just, as I said, Professor Wanjohi and the late Alex Muriithi. They actually trained us on how to win elections. and how to evade also being arrested, that we must be wise all the time. I must say that he had a strong team. And if we needed publicity, of course, then the Right Honorable Raila Odinga came. And I still remember we had incidences. We were also stoned in a chopper when we were with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga.
This is not the first incident.
This is not the first incident. We were in Capture Up. And of course, we were actually saved by Kimasop, the immediate former MD of KVDA, who seemed to know what was happening around so that we can take off on time. And just as we were taking off, then they were stoning us and we were going. So it's not an easy ride campaigning in the opposition. I'm just saying this because it's not easy. And as I said, most of my meetings were at night because I couldn't do them during the day, and it had to be at people's homes so that I am not disrupted by the chiefs, because that was a Kanu stronghold. But I had this faith because you knew that there are people who are caring about you in the party. I must say NAC was such a strong team, who really cared about winning the seats. Yeah.
At KU, you're doing your exams, then pop. Lina Jebikilimo is now a minister.
Then I leave and then I come and become a minister, and later
How does your life change from that moment when you've been minister from KU?
It changed quite a lot because then I had to move house to get a bigger house, because now then you have this entourage with you, you have the security people, so you have to have somebody at your gate, you know, looking after you. Then all of a sudden, then you have drivers. This is now for the children. I think this is for what?
Did they come for you at KU?
No.
After the appointment?
No, I came.
Okay.
Yes.
You brought yourself?
Yes, I brought myself and reported to the, was it in Arambe House? Or yes, and reported in Arambe House. Then you're told where to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
At your swearing in is when you first meet the president?
Yes.
Face to face?
Yes.
What does he tell you?
No, we didn't talk.
You didn't talk?
No.
Okay.
You know, you're just lined up and you come and say, "So help me God." I was still afraid. But sincerely, that swearing, and I know I saw the next day in the newspaper, I was on the front page. I was praying. I may not have been seeing anybody around, but I was telling God, "You've brought me this far." To me, Ephesians 3:20 came into play, that he can do, God can do abundantly more than you expect. He did more than I expected. And so there, with the vision that I had for the people of Marakwet East, I was saying I am at the highest position in this country. I'm in State House, where all powers are. I'm asking God, "So help me. You've brought me up to here. Help me, God." And he helped me for 10 years. My mission for a peaceful coexistence between Pokot and Marakwet was there. My agenda to ensure that issues of accession to the conscience of people of the challenges that girls and women from FGM practicing communities go through, why transition rates are low in these communities. And so I feel I am really honored and grateful to God that at the crossroads, at the time when I needed to fulfill a desire in my life, I found my destiny connector in the name of President Mwai Kibaki.
Wow, fantastic. Yeah. That's a very fantastic description of the president. But I'm still looking for when you meet him first, your first interaction with him now, person to person. Lina Jebikilimo, Mwai Kibaki. When does it happen?
Yes. When I had the opportunity to go and present the issues of Marakwet East constituency. Okay, so I got an appointment one-on-one to talk to him, because I felt that it just, when you sit in cabinet, you know, you feel there is that resonance. Somebody looks like just a father to you. And I really needed answers. I needed peace between Pokot and Marakwet. I needed him to understand why I looked for this parliamentary seat. So I got an opportunity to meet him one-on-one. And when we met the first time, I explained to him why I sought parliamentary seat, because I looked relatively young. So it's like also people are wondering why, you know, you're leaving your young children and coming here. And I told him where I come from. I come from a place called Embabut, and everybody knows about Embabut Forest, an area where it is, you cannot pass. There's a very forest we call Kakaya, where even if the roads that were made by some missionaries, vehicles would get stuck there, and we had no mode of transport. I told him my agenda is really to ensure the people of Marakwet East, especially the Tirap division, access hospital. I told him of my experience as I grew up, that I saw people being carried in makeshift stretchers because there's no vehicle. And at times they reach where the district headquarters is right now, the vehicle left in the morning, so somebody just dies on the way, and that along the way you will know that this place, so and so's life passed or died here because they couldn't go. And while I'm still sitting there describing the challenges of road network in Marakwet East constituency, I still remember that he pressed something like this, a phone, and while I'm still seated there, Mwiraria, the Minister for Finance, arrives. And he's told, enda sikia hii maneno ya huyu mtoto. And so from there we come out, and Mwiraria, and he says, okay, what are we supposed to do? We go and see what I'm talking about. So we went with the late Mwiraria to my constituency. The roads were not good. We reached a place called Tuturum. We could not move further than that now. So I'm telling him, this is the place where when people come, you cannot get any motor vehicle. In the valley where I'm married, we have the army people, and I said, the valley people, if you are very sick, you can get the army lorry, which can go on rough road and take you to hospital. And the hospital then was Kapsawar Mission Hospital. So I'm so grateful that without money being allocated in the budget, whatever savings Mwiraria was able to get, they made a road. It was a Class D road, but they put tarmac to come just from Embabut to reach Kapsawar Hospital. I know that at times people from my region wondered why I took tarmac and jumped up to Marakwet East, leaving Keyo North, Marakwet West without tarmac.
And they say, Kwanza, you are a minister.
Yes. So people thought that I was being selfish, but to me, it was about the people of Tirap Division accessing hospital care at Kapsawar Mission Hospital, because it was just brought up to Kapsawar, that tarmac. And that was the end, just to ensure. So he cared for the people of Marakwet. His other manifesto, which I saw, was about the Embabut Forest Squatters. The Embabut Forest Squatters was part of his agenda also, which later on he also allowed us to get a census of all the people who are in the forest, and they allocated us to buy land. By that time, I was on my second term, and Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga was in charge of government work, and especially the issues of the forest squatters. The Grand Coalition. Yeah. So despite us now being from opposite camps, we were able to talk. I took the list of the people from Embabut Forest. They were put in glades, holding grounds. The government bought land for them, the first land at Kipkabus, which later on we were not able to settle the people there because people said, oh, Marakwets have got guns, so they should not come. So it was given to other squatters. And later on money was allocated to relocate them and buy land for them. Unfortunately, his tenure ended, and also mine ended, and the people were never resettled.
All right. Let's engage Victor a bit to talk to Balozi on the foreign or diplomacy of President Mwai Kibaki, of course, when it comes to his foreign policy, but of course a very interesting story on this other end with Mama Linda Jebi Kilemo. Victor?
It's quite interesting that, you know, God can pick you from where you never expected. Remember the story of David?
Yes.
Yes, David was being touted as just a shepherd. Mungu anamtafuta unasema this gentleman huko malishoni ako na ng'ombe na mbuzi huko, but God said that is the person I want.
Preach on, brother.
And he came to be a king. All right. The same story to Mama Jebi Kilimo. She almost fainted. I can imagine. All right. Back with Ambassador here. Ambassador, you know, the president's approach in shuttle diplomacy, number one. Remember, by the time Kenya was fighting the issue of ICC, President Mwai Kibaki he took somehow a low profile in that approach. He made different approaches, used Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka then to rally different nations, you know, to help Kenya to go through the process of ICC. It was a very tough moment for Kenya. But when you look at President Mwai was somehow thick in the management of you know, international relations and in management of foreign policy. How do you describe the two gentlemen?
Yeah, thank you very much, Victor. I think we need to avoid discussions of comparing people, but nonetheless, they were from different schools of thought. And let's just focus on Kibaki, because that is the essence of our discussion today.
Right.
Kibaki had structures in place and institutions in place on how to manage foreign policy. He didn't have to physically get involved in getting things done. For example, if you look at the African continent, Kibaki was able to get ambassadors, like an ambassador for East Africa Community, ambassador for COMESA, ambassador for African Union, so that things can be done professionally and on time. That was the fundamental difference. Yes.
And of course, the involvement of the foreign affairs ministries, and you said treasury as well.
The Foreign Affairs Ministry, they were empowered.
Empowered?
They were empowered, yes.
He really fought for the Security Council, for Kenya to be a member. Tell me about that.
Yeah, you know, we have the UNGA, the UN General Assembly, where the heads of state meet, and the UN Security Council. The power is in the UN Security Council.
Right.
And it is so important for Kenya to be in there, because that enhances your value globally. And I'm happy to say that finally we are there. Kenya is one of the 10 non-permanent members of the UN Security Council.
Yes.
It took us time, but we are there. Credit to President Uhuru, to the Foreign Affairs, both the CS and the ambassadors, but we are there now. And because of that, we are able to engage many countries, because that is where implementation is done.
When you talk about President Mwai Kibaki, we talk about finance and economy. During his time, we saw a lot of doors opening. Kenya is at the center.
Yeah.
When you look at South Sudan, when you look at Uganda, Tanzania, most of these countries are landlocked. But the port of Mombasa was open for all these other countries during Kibaki's regime. Are we still enjoying that, you know, good relationship with those countries? And how did Kenya's economy grow as a result of that?
Yeah. Again, these countries are not landlocked, they are land-linked. That's how they prefer to call themselves.
Land-linked?
Yeah, they are not landlocked, they are land-linked.
Okay.
And Kenya has put enablers in place to ensure that they are able to do their business, they are able to get their things on time. And this is why I earlier told you that Kenya was able, through Minister of Foreign Affairs, to assign ambassadors, not just at bilateral level, but also multilateral. The other thing which helped a lot during Kibaki's time was certain treaties which were very important to investors. And one of them is promotion and protection of investments.
Yes.
The other one is avoidance of double taxation.
Double taxation,
because you don't want to pay tax here, and then when you go back to Canada, you pay tax again.
Right.
And he was able to sort those out. The other concern for investors is non-commercial risks. Touch wood. Support is a coup. So what happened to investments? So Kenya has been very active in that area, because we are members of the World Bank Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, where your compensation would almost be within the month. Also, we are members of African Trade Insurance.
Right.
And we are also members of the International Center of Settlement of Investment Disputes. So these things, Kibaki made sure we remain very strong, so make it easier for people to work with us, for people to invest in Kenya.
And interesting. the new constitution was close to his heart. Yes. And when he took reins of power in 2002, he wanted that constitution to be delivered within 1 year, but we all know what happened in between then. Before I come back to that, because I want us to understand how the promulgation of the new constitution also spurred the economy of Kenya, number one, and two, how expanded the foreign policy and, the relationship between Kenya and other states after the promulgation of the new constitution. But before then, let's go to Jacob Kiora. Let's hear from Mama GB and hear how things happened way back then. Jacob.
Absolutely. It's a very interesting story here with Mama Lina Jabi Kilima. But of course, before I engage her in a bit, let's talk to Michael Mwandiga, a reporter who is in Mombasa, again to understand how the coast is and the morning at the coast. Michael Mwandiga, good morning.
Well, good morning to you, John Jacob Kiori. Of course, we're coming to you live from the Likoni Crossing channel. This is in Mombasa County, and we're here to get views from the wananchi on how they're mourning and how they remember the late President Mwai Kibaki. Late President Mwai Kibaki was the third president of the Republic of Kenya, and I'm hereby joined by the wananchi just to give me their views on how they remember Mzee Kibaki. Ndugu, habari ya leo. Utakuwa tu unaniambia majina yako, unaitwa nani, utatizama kamera afu niambie unamkumbuka vipi Mzee Kibaki?
Kwa majina naitwa Gabriel Obukuya Mojong, ni mkazi wa Mombasa Likoni. So nashukuru sana Mzee Kibaki. Mwanzo nashukuru alimaliza jamu ya pale feri kwa kuleta feri mbili, na sisi kama watu wa chini kama bodaboda akatupea usafiri mzuri, bodaboda zikaja. Sasa hivi tunasomesha turu bodaboda. So tunakumbuka Kibaki kwa mambo mazuri ambayo alifanya. Asante.
Na pia kuhusiana na masuala ya uongozi, unamkumbuka vipi kiongozi huyu wa taifa?
Masuala ya uongozi, kweli mzee alipeleka nchi kwa njia mzuri ya amani na usalama, tu kuona shida yote. Mzee alikuwa mtu mzuri, mpole, na alikabidi kila mtu kazi yake, afanye nafasi yake. So mzee hakuwa ni mtu wa kusumbua, na ni mzee tunashukuru sana. Nashukuru.
Na pia vile pia tukianzia kuhusiana na masuala, kulikuwa na masuala ya elimu ya bure. Labda unazungumziaje kuhusiana na jinsi alivyoweza kuweka mikakati ya elimu ya bure?
Elimu ya bure mpaka sasa hivi tunajaribu, tunafurahia kwa sababu yeye ndiye alileta na mpaka tukaona mafanikio. So tunashukuru, watoto wanaenda shule bure, vitabu shuleni wanapewa. So tunashukuru sana mzee kwa ile uongozi wake.
Well, of course, John Jacob Kiori, those are the sentiments here at Likoni Crossing Channel, thus remembering the late President Mwai Kibaki. As you can remember that the late President Mwai Kibaki, he is the one, during his regime, it's when the branch of the CDF was enacted just to ensure that those who are at the constituency level get to get the development and the development ideas which he had put. And I'm also joined by also another resident in Mombasa County, just to tell us how does he remember the late President Mwai Kibaki. Ndugu, habari ya leo, na unamkumbuka vipi hayati Mzee Mwai Kibaki?
Hayati Mzee Mwai Kibaki tunamkumbuka vizuri kwa sababu yeye ndio ametusaidia kama bodaboda kutuajiri kazi. Manake kama sio yeye, labda bodaboda hazingeruhusiwa kuingia Kenya. Lakini yeye aliruhusu bodaboda zikaingia Kenya, tukapata kazi. Mpaka leo mimi ni chairman wa feri ambaye ninasimamia bodaboda zote za feri. Na kwa kusema ukweli aliongoza vizuri, na mtu ambaye alisaidiana naye kushikana mkono ni Raila Amolo Odinga, ambapo kama si yeye labda pengine hakungekuwa na uongozi bora.
Na tuangazie leo kuhusiana na masuala kwamba ya uchumi na kujenga uchumi wa taifa. Unakumbuka vipi masuala ya kuhusiana na uongozi wake na mambo ya uchumi?
Upande wa uchumi nashukuru kwa sababu alikuwa anaongoza uchumi vizuri, manake vitu wakati huo vilikuwa bei ya chini, lakini sasa hii nimeona vitu vingi vimepanda sana, kuonyesha kwamba uchumi umeharibika, lakini wakati alipokuweko uchumi ulikuwa mzuri sana.
Na tuangazie pia kuhusiana na masuala ya maendeleo. Ukitizama kwamba kwa sasa pia vile kumekuwa na ile maendeleo ya mabilioni ya pesa, zipo barabara kubwa ambazo zimeweza kujengwa, ni mikakati ambayo ilikuwa imeweza kuwekwa. Labda mikakati hivi ilikuwa imeweza kuweka, mnaona taifa likiwa limevuna nini hasa kutoka kwa kiongozi huyu?
Kiongozi huyu taifa lilikuwa limevuna kulingana na uongozi bora na pia maendeleo. Tulikuwa na maendeleo wakati wa Mwai Kibaki, lakini sasa hii maendeleo yamerudi chini kwa sababu tukiangalia tunadaiwa madeni mengi, na wakati ule ilikuwa madeni yako kidogo.
Naam, lakini tuangazie tu labda kuhusiana sasa kwamba hayati mwenda zake itakumbuka pia vile aliweza kuweka mikakati mizuri kuhusiana na masuala ya elimu, pia vile akaweza kuweka mikakati kuhusiana na mbinu. Labda kwa upande wako wewe kuhusiana na masuala ya masomo utamkumbuka vipi?
Mimi kwa upande wa masuala masomo nashukuru kwa sababu aliweka skuli ya bure na watoto wangu walisoma bure na mpaka sasa wanaendelea na mfumo huo wa shule ya bure.
Naam, shukran sana. Those are just some of the sentiments from the residents here, and I'm also joined by one of the boda riders who are just stationed here at the Likoni Crossing Channel. Ndugu, unamkumbuka vipi hayati mwenda zake mzee Mwai Kibaki?
Okay, mimi namkumbukia pale alipoweka pikipiki zikuwe free zikawa kwa wingi pikipiki. Kidogo alisaidia upande wa transport, kwa transport imeshuka chini, kulikuwa na sehemu za mashinani kwako ni ngumu sana kuweza kwa accessible, lakini pikipiki zilivomwagwa ikawa sasa hata kule sehemu za bara kule watu kutembea karibu kilomita 50 sijui wapi utakosa sasa dakika 15 umefika, dakika ngapi umefika. Alisaidia sana upande kuimarisha uchumi kwa anayepeleka pikipiki na anayekuwa anataka kwenda mahali fulani.
Naam, natuzungumzia pia kuhusiana na masuala mazima ya kwamba ni kiongozi ale pia anaweza kueleza watu kwamba watu waweze kusameheana na watu waweze kukubaliana na watu waweze kuishi kwa pamoja, lakini pia vile alikuwa ni mzee mwenye utani. Labda unakumbuka nini hasa kuhusiana na utani wa hayati mzee Kibaki?
Kibaki nilikuwa namkumbuka sana. Alika kuwa unaweza tukana mtu mafia kuku na sikufanya lolote kwa sababu ya kuwa inaanzia kule kwake. Sasa yani yeye ndo namkumbuka sana na ile sasa inaweza kuwa nikwambia pumbafu nasema ule amesema tu pumbafu. Lakini sasa uwezi chukulia ile amenitukana sijui nini kwa uwezi.
Naam, lakini ni kwamba tu alikuwa anataka kupitisha ule ujumbe katika njia ambayo kidogo na kuchekesha ili iweze kufikia wale wananchi, ama unasema namna gani?
Ile swali lako kidogo lanicheka.
Naam, ilikuwa ni kwamba ni njia moja pia yake ya utani kuweza kuwasilisha ujumbe pia kwa wananchi waweze kueleza kwa usawa.
Njia moja ndio ile kuwa kwa mfano nakwambia wewe umelegea mahali fulani labda wewe wataka upewe. Sasa ile atakwambia wewe ni pumbavu tu, utapewa kwa sababu gani? Si ufanye kazi kama wengine. Yeye akoko nini yake kubwa nasema alikuwa anataka watu wafanye kazi.
Naam, shukran sana. Ni kwamba umeweza kuelezea na kugusia kwa undani kabisa kuhusiana na kwamba utani aliyokuwa nao hayati mzee Mwai Kibaki angalau kuweza kufikisha ule ujumbe kwa wananchi na kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba wanamuelewa katika njia ambayo ni sawa kabisa. John Jacob Kiori, of course, we are here at the Likoni Crossing Channel just getting sentiments or the views of the wananchi regarding on how they remember the late President Mwai Kibaki. He is remembered as a president who preached peace and tolerance across the political sphere, and also he is remembered as the one of the leaders who put in place mega or multi-billion infrastructural projects, which we are seeing the current government implementing them. Also, he's also being remembered during the time when he was the finance minister back in the 1970s, when he drew a plan about the Lamu port and the northern corridor, of course, to ensure that those communities coming or those minority communities are also incorporated in the national or in national activities, and of course enjoy the national cake. That's all we have from Mombasa County this particular morning. And back to Jacob Kiori, and for us from Mombasa County we say pole sana kwa taifa and rest in peace mzee Mwai Kibaki.
Padre Michael Mwandiga kutoka kaunti ya Mombasa na wana Mombasa, mourning President Mwai Kibaki. And of course in a bit we'll head to Kisumu where Wycliffe Okech is on standby. Let's hear the views of the people of Kisumu. Wycliffe Okech, if you can hear me. Of course, we will link up with him. I understand he's not ready just yet. Once he is, we will speak to him. But in studio, still have Mama Lina JB Kilimo, talking about President Mwai Kibaki. Mama Lina, once you've been appointed into cabinet, sometimes you have bosses breathing on your neck. Tell us about your working relationship as a minister with President Kibaki.
You've jumped the gun on my side because I had agendas. We left where I had my first meeting with him.
Oh, yeah.
So I talked about lack of infrastructure in the highlands of the constituency I represented.
Okay.
And I talked about lack of security in Kerio Valley, where the Pokot and Marakwets were killing each other in the name of cattle rustling. And so to address that, I also told him that people were no longer having children because the men were taking guard at night. If you were found in your home, you'll have to pay your God. So the men were guarding. So we were at a point where children were not also being born. Okay. And at that particular time, there was a time when children had gone to a clinic and they were all just shot. Some their heads were taken and just bashed on stones and trees. So I told him all this, and so he knew that I am standing for security and the issues of infrastructure, and eventually also about FGM, but the things that mattered to the wananchi. So then, yeah, after some, I can't remember how long, but the first death then occurred. A man who was mentally retarded, Amarakwet, was killed by Pokot near Tot. And in the morning, I'm still in my house, I get a phone call from OP that go to Wilson Airport, there's a police chopper there, go to Tot, someone has been killed. The GSU will be waiting for you there, and the DC has been told to go. So I'm given a police chopper and we land in Tot. The body even had not been removed by around 8 in the morning. So here is the body, and it was brought to be buried, and we crossed to the Pokot Koloa. And I'm sure my Pokot neighbors know that I arrived there with these red berets people, very annoyed. And I told the Pokot, what do you want? I have been sent by the president. What do you want? You still want to kill? To him, the sanctity of life mattered, whether it was a madman dying or a normal person dying. From that incident, we kept peace. We knew there is somebody serious watching us. So, and then after 1 year, I reported to him that now we have children. We had 1,300 children born. I was given a chopper, police chopper. We landed in Chesongoch, mobilized the churches. The Pokot people also came to celebrate life, that here we are. So I'm so grateful that he embraced us as a community, the sanctity of life, our milestones, that yes, it's like telling us, yes, now continue with that peace. The fact that it was me and Honorable Kamama who were our communities were fighting, we met together after 1 year to celebrate the birth of 1,000 children in my community. So now let us go to now your question, because I need to put that on right.
So we go to my question, so that will with Wycliffe Okech in Kisumu. Wycliffe, if you can hear me, kindly talk to a few people from Kisumu. Probably let's hear what they have to say about the legacy of President Mwai Kibaki. Wycliffe.
Well, thank you so much, JJ Kioria. We are, of course, in Kisumu here, and we continue to share in the grief following the loss of the departed President Mwai Kibaki. And since the passing on of President Kibaki, we have been speaking with the residents from this region, and they also equally share in the grief. They mentioned quite a few, just lots of things, positive elements to associate with the departed President Mwai Kibaki. Recently, just a day ago, I was speaking with the former Commissioner of Sports, that is Gordon Oluoch, who had a lot of positivities to mention about the departed president in so regards the sports department. You remember now it's during Kibaki's time that the Ministry of Sports, Heritage, Culture and Social Services was created. That is in 2003 under Najib Balala, and just so on, he continued to streamline the sports department. And later that alone, you remember that in 2002, the departed president worked closely with the ODM leader Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is actually the de facto leader in this region, and being that he worked so closely with Kibaki to deliver the presidency in 2002, that now means the residents from this region remember him vividly for so much. And apart from that, there is the free education that the people have been mentioning all along. The free primary education. Talk about the economy, the way he steered the economy to the level that many people cherish. Actually, even aside from that, the 2010 constitution, the constitution that we now use right now. He initiated the promulgation, and the people remember that vividly well. But could there be something else that maybe the residents of this region maybe remember the departed president for? And JJ, that is what I'm going to, that's the question I'm going to pose to one of the residents here, maybe to share with us what he thinks about the departed president, as being that this is the last public viewing day as the body of the late lies in state. Brother, you'll explain, you'll introduce yourself. You're live on KBC. You'll introduce yourself, and as we continue to share in the grief following the passing on of President Kibaki, People have spoken about the free primary education. People have spoken about the economy, infrastructure. As you introduce yourself, what more maybe could you remember the departed president for?
Okay, my name is Bruce Michael Bongo. I'm a resident of Kisumu. And so far I would want to say that President Mwai Kibaki was the best that we ever had. There is one man who ensured that, well, you want to tax a country, when you want to tax your citizenry, you first empower them. This president first enlarged the brackets of taxation first, and then he ensured that he empowered the Kenyan populace first before he taxed them. So we were not feeling the pinch. Secondly, I'm a beneficiary of the departed president, Mwai Kibaki program in terms of free primary education. Because I came from a humble background, and I remember it was a very big reprieve to my parents. And that's the reason why we have more literates today in this country. Third, I would want to also congratulate the former president, Mwai Kibaki, because he's the one who declared HIV and AIDS a national disaster. As you know, in the Lakeside, this is a place that is predominant with the HIV prevalence in the country. And when he did this, he gave ARVs for free to the populace. And that is why so many of us today live. We have reduced number of people becoming orphans today. I also thank Kibaki for infrastructure. I also thank him for his aptitude when it comes to the new constitution. This is something that was started before, when Moi was clearing his regime, and Kibaki took it over and he ensured this promulgation. And all that devolved system of governance today, we give the credit to Mwai Kibaki, of which even the bottom-up economic model is embedded. So I think he's a man that will go in history lanes as the best president that we ever had. We also liked his ideologies when it came to governance and peace, because without putting Kenya forward, he could have not accented to having a handshake with the former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. And we had peace at the country, and we moved, and we had a number of projects being done. My route to home, the Kindu Bay Homa Bay route, was done by Kibaki's regime. A place that could take me 4 hours, today I can go there driving in less than 1 hour. So he's a president who did all that he could without segregating a people, that this is opposition and the other side really was on my end. We also thank him because in his own regime, we remember we had great industries that has now stalled, working proficiently. Mumias was working, for example, and was doing so much in the country. And we thank him so much for the SMEs. In Kibaki's time, we could see a number of banks, be it Barclays, be it Cooperative, be it Equity. They were coming up and setting tents. Like where I am, you could find a bank that set a tent, giving people loans. There was too much of circulation of money. We remember Kibaki because he, in his regime, brought these motorbikes, the bodabodas that are passing here, that has today employed the majority of Kenyan youth. So, and I remember he left when the most expensive motorbike in Kenya was around 65,000. Look at it today, it is over, in fact they are clocking to 200,000 shillings. And the taxation is so much high. And we did not even see the crackdown that we just saw recently being done to our people. So I think Kibaki was a great man, a great patriot of this country who will go down the memory lane as our best.
And if I may ask you, what are some of the specific elements that probably the current crop of leadership or political leadership can emulate from the departed president?
Number one is humility. This is a president who was not there in the media trying to, be so popular, trying to trigger. He was a man who was hands down. He could work so hard. I remember one time when his entourage was passing, he gave us the most, a very different kind of a statement that we expected. In Swahili said, mbona mko hapa na mnaregarega baada ya kuenda kazi zenu? Mimi niko shughuli zangu. He's a president who really valued the work which people do. And that's the same thing that I think the current government should do. Instead of putting people in the political mood all the time, our president should sit down and work and, raise the economy. as Kibaki did it, without just going on putting us in a conundrum of too much politics all the time. And I also think the other thing that they should know is that during Kibaki's time, appointments in the government was based purely on merits. And he is one man who ensured that talent was tapped in the country. I remember Alfred Mutua, at the age of 32, became the government spokesperson because of merits. As opposed to today, if you want to have an appointment in the government, it's a matter of whom do you know, how connected are you. So I think Kibaki, he should have just written his memoir, a book where all the potential presidents to come could read and tap from. Thank you.
Thank you so much. JJ, that is one of the residents from this region sharing with us all that he remembers. He will remember the president for. He has mentioned about the infrastructure that we mentioned earlier on. Now, he comes from Homa Bay. Actually, we are in Kisumu, and he says a place that used to take so many hours to get from Homa Bay to Kisumu now just take a few hours, courtesy of the departed President Mwai Kibaki. And you've heard him mention that he's actually talked about the humility of the departed president, and it's actually urging the current political leadership, or rather the current crops of leaders we have in the country, to emulate the departed president insofar leadership is concerned. Well, JJ will continue to interact with many residents here. We know that this is the last day that the President Kibaki's body will be lying in state in the Parliament buildings as we wait for the state funeral on Friday. That will be conducted at the Nyayo National Stadium ahead of his interment on Saturday at his Othaya home in Nyeri. We'll be continuing to speak with more residents here to share their comments with us, and we will be talking, sharing the same with our viewers. But for now, it is back to you, JJ, so that you can continue with that interview in studio. Kyorian.
Thank you very much, Wycliffe, for catch a fantastic job there, and of course talking to a very informed gentleman there. Has been able to describe in a nutshell the legacy of President Mwai Kibaki, and at the same time paint our problems as they are in the current society. But Mama Lina, you were speaking about the legacy of President Kibaki in terms of solving the problems of Marakwet East.
Yes.
And now there was the question of you as minister and your working relationship with the president.
Yes, you also asked whether at some point I felt there was the boss or any disagreement. I must count myself lucky because I never saw him getting angry with me. Even when I voted against the Constitution in 2005, of course I had to explain why I voted that way, because my constituents were against it, and so I had to follow, because I am their voice and their mouth in everything that they say. I didn't see him get annoyed with me, because later on he still appointed me as his assistant minister in the Nusumkate government later on. And I must say, I still enjoyed other facilities. I just want to you people to know that I feel that he was my network in government. Remember, I come to Nairobi, I don't know many people, I don't know left or right. It's like he's the one who connected me, and that's why I think I went and reported to him all the agendas that I had. Even voting no, I made sure that he knew it. And I think I was just lucky. I didn't see him get annoyed with me. He visited my constituency. I feel that I had his support, to which I am grateful up to now. And that's why I had said earlier, he is my destiny connector. Yeah, I am where I am today because of that platform that he gave me to serve in his government.
There's that low moment in his administration when you and several ministers of his cabinet are involved in a plane crash as you head towards Funyula.
Yeah.
Talk to us about,
as we leave Funyula.
As you leave Funyula.
Yes.
Tell us about that day and how it was received in government.
Now, you should be telling me how it was received in government, because I was involved in the accident. I wouldn't say how it was received on government, but I recall that we had either the military choppers and the police chopper to transport us. To me, it was my lowest moment because I was the last one to be found, and unfortunately, I was in the chopper with the dead when we were being brought, because I was the last one to be picked, and the rest had been taken because I was trapped under. I was trapped under near the wing, and people were passing over, and so someone had to come and cut the belt because I was tired. I couldn't open myself. I was there with the late Wanjiro Kihoro. Kihoro, yeah. So then I was taken to a mission hospital. So by that time, everyone had been taken, and those who tell me they remember, they were saying that I was missing, but later on we were brought in later. I was among the last ones, in the chopper. But I'm grateful that we were all taken care of by the government later on. I'm sure definitely it was a sad moment for him. I'm just imagining what he would have felt, because we were several of us, and we had gone to celebrate Mudi Awori, Uncle Mudi. And to me, it was more personal to go and celebrate Uncle Mudi, because he was one of those who kept in touch with me during my campaigns to find out, how are you doing well? What are the challenges, knowing that I was in a very, very difficult area. Yeah, the people who really kept in touch with me, Right Honorable Raila Odinga and Uncle Mudi, as my campaign, and of course Kipruto Kirwa also from that area. So I could say those are just the network I knew, but as to network of government, I got to know through the president, Mwai Kibaki.
And this is not the only sad incident that happens under his first term. There's another, like Geoffrey Papai, is a minister who dies under President Kibaki's first term, even his vice president. What was the mood in cabinet when, you're losing a colleague and another?
I think you couldn't read his body language. He was one person, you can't read his body language. Yeah, he internalized most of the things, and you may not even get the answer to your answer to what you've talked about or requested, but you will see work being done. He will not tell you it will be done, but you will say your request, and he can say, okay, you're finished. But one thing that you would notice, if there was something he was thinking out, is it like his lips, as though he's mumbling his lips just like that, and maybe he was internalizing. But it was of course, I'm sure he went through so much, losing so many people, until at some point some of us from the Christian perspective were saying, and I raised it in the cabinet, is, should we be saying we are unbogable? God is here boggering us with all these deaths. Maybe we shouldn't be saying we are unbogable.
Victor, those are things you've never had before, have you?
Absolutely. And during that time when there was that plane accident, people said that President Mwai Kibaki's regime started on a wrong footing. But see where we are today. We are all here to talk all the goods about President Mwai Kibaki, and I think it's not too late to say sorry, Madam GB, for that accident. It's never too late. All right.
Yeah, definitely.
There is this question with me here. I still have Ambassador with me here. Ambassador, how did the promulgation of the new constitution make Kenya to be seen out there in the global map?
Yeah, thank you, Victor. It did that in two ways. Despite the fact that we had the Foreign Investments Act, the Foreign Affairs Act, we got the foreign affairs now covered in the Constitution.
Right.
And that made a difference globally because everybody felt protected. Secondly, the Constitution devolved power partially to the counties. That enabled counties to go into serious discussions with sister counties, sister cities, where you can have I remember working with two. I remember Kiambu and Laikipia requesting for assistance, and they could sign a sister agreement with another country or with another city.
Yes.
So it did help us a lot in doing our business, the foreign affairs. Yes.
You are sitting in South Korea, and Kenya is a member of different organizational bodies, globally speaking. How is Kenya seen? The moment you are in New York, you are in the United States there, you are in London, you are in South Korea. How is Kenya seen when the name is called?
Yeah, Kenya is more than just a territorial destination because of, one, the historical aspects. Kenya has been a leader in this region for a very long time.
Yeah.
And also, Kenya has been able to produce some of the best brains in the world. If you look at the people running key organizations, including NASA, you will find Kenyans in there. So Kenyans are held in very high esteem, and Kenyans are very, very respected, and Kenyans are seen as real leaders in Africa.
Real leaders in Africa.
Yeah.
And you said that, you know, President Mwai Kibaki is seen as one of the best presidents Africa.
President Kibaki was one of the best. He was very pragmatic. He was very strategic and very visionary.
Absolutely. The invasion of the multipartism. You know, Kenya from one-party state, and now we have plenty of parties now. How was the foreign policy affected, or how was the foreign policy after the initiation of the multi-party democracy in Kenya?
You see, that is more of a political question, but let me just start by explaining that the status quo had been there for a very long time. And people kept on complaining, and the country remained political the way it was. But after the collapse of the USSR, and the Cold War was over, so the main actors were able to allocate resources now to Africa on what they were calling democratization. And that is, despite all the fighting we did, that is one of the reasons why things changed in 1992. As I already explained, that when multi-party and the new constitution came into force, we were able now to engage more countries at different levels, as opposed to from the central government. So it was a very positive thing for Kenya. Yeah.
Vision 2030 was President Mwai Kibaki's brainchild, and he was so passionate about seeing Kenya grow leaps and bounds, and being at par with other, you know, countries that perceived to be, you know, at some point later in the years, early in the years, that Kenya was at par with Singapore and South Korea. If you look at the trajectory of growth, where are we in terms of, in a scale of 100%?
I think we've done very well as a country, knowing our situation and the kind of challenges we face. Now we are in the middle income, in the lower middle income country, which was one of the goals of Vision 2030. And I believe that Uhuru has also done a lot, and with the incoming government, we should see if we can take that to the next level. Otherwise, the Vision 2030 is on course.
Is on course.
Is on course.
I asked you about your lowest moment when you were an ambassador. What were your highest moments that you'd look back and say, yes, that was it?
Well, one was when I opened a new embassy in Korea, because the Koreans didn't think, they thought of Africa as a death continent. And
that's so cruel.
Yeah, that's how it was perceived.
Yes.
And I remember I actually fought so much with until the media, everybody knew Kenya. I was in the papers every week, almost every day, until the other ambassadors couldn't complain. And I received a lot of awards, more than 20, for positioning Kenya, and especially with the media, because I was able to bring the media to Kenya to see for themselves what Kenya is. And that gave me the motivation and the inspiration to continue.
Amazing. Amazing. When you do good, you always get a good reward.
Thank you.
Kyoria, what about you? How many trophies do you have for your good work?
trophies?
Yes.
For what?
Ambassador got over 20 trophies.
I have several from my academic life, yeah? The others we'll talk about
after this. Okay.
When I'm done.
All right.
But at this other end, still have Mama Lina Jabi Kilimo. We're still talking about her experience and shaping the legacy of President Mwai Kibaki. And you were talking about when you went against the government position to oppose the 2005 referendum.
Yes.
Yet this is the man who had actually, who has been your connection in government.
Yes.
He probably doesn't even understand because he fires you from cabinet after that.
He fired, yes, but our relationship never went sour.
Ah, okay.
Yes. Yeah, because I would still get communication from his ministers, those who remained inside. And I did explain why I voted no to the Constitution. I'm still grateful that at some point he would pass information to me like this and like that. He really advised me as a father. But you see, I also have my trophy. My trophy and the highest moment was when he ascended into the bill banning female genital mutilation in 2011. Remember, this was one of my agendas also, to ensure that we bring the conversation about the effects of female genital mutilation. That was I would call that the trophy I have, is the anti-female genital mutilation board in our country, which is there now. It may not be something I can see, but I know that the girls one day will be free from FGM, and I'm grateful that he ascended to that law.
Let me take you back as a participant in the 2002 moment. And I was asking the previous guest before you about the same, because the papers today refer to the 2002 moment. And also yesterday, the papers were aptly trying to say that the president squandered a moment in terms of uniting the republic, owing to the MOU that had been signed between the parties that had formed NAC, having served as his cabinet minister and being a political player then. Do you think there's a moment we lost after the failure to implement the MOU?
Yes, I feel that we lost when we did not implement the MOU, because then you can see that effect in 2007 when it was not a smooth ride for him to win that election as a president. It was very tough, and at some point we had to sit down and say, which party do you think is applicable there, so that we could get as many members of parliament as possible? Because in politics, it's about how many MPs you have, so that they can move your agenda on the floor of the House. So maybe not as a country, but as a person of the presidency who needed more members of parliament, I think he made that not implementing the MOU complicated, or made his second election to be very difficult.
Do you think the 2007-2008 post-poll violence, because out there, and particularly I've seen international media trying to do so, trying to say that that moment, that particular moment, blotted his legacy as president?
But how long is our memory? Yeah. I mean, we all forgot later on and started enjoying the fruits of the Nusumkate government. And I think that must be his lowest moment. Now that you have reminded me that one. It may not have been those other accidents and others. I think his lowest moment was when he saw Kenyans killing one another. Remember that they just, a madman was killed in my constituency, and he took it very seriously. So when he saw many Kenyans killing each other in the name of election, that actually could be, in my opinion, his lowest moment. In
the cooperative movement, because you also serve as assistant minister in the cooperative movement. And this is again at a time when, during the previous administration, when things like coffee and stuff like that and milk were not fetching good prices. What do you think is the legacy of President Kibaki in the cooperative movement, of course, as well as yours?
Revival of the cooperative movement, because before then it had gone really down, and so making it a ministry, a standalone ministry, gave us the opportunity to just focus on the cooperative movement. At some point, people wanted to privatize KCC and all that, but he held on to it that it should not be privatized, so that it can still be owned by the cooperators themselves. We also formed women cooperatives and SACCOs, savings and cooperative societies, really came up. I believe that with the leadership of the then minister, the late Joseph Nyaga. And by the way, something that you know the way he merged us, that if this was ODM and then his wing, if the minister came from a Raila wing, then the deputy came from his wing, and like that, and like that. I think he was setting us on a path of unity as a country, and cohesiveness, accepting one another, because you had to work together without imagining saying this is from which politics is this. You had to deliver as a ministry. Yeah.
I want us to take a breather. When we come back, we'll talk about the 2010 Constitution. And as part of his cabinet again, you have taken a collective decision to support the 2010 Constitution. First of all, you tell us why you opposed the 2005 referendum and why you support the 2010. But still, the cabinet ministers will oppose, but this time he fires none. We'll talk about it when we come back. So we take a small breather. We'll be back. Don't go too far.
Promise me to take good care of my sister.
You can count on me.
I can't bring myself to accept that my only son and my daughter are going to get married. I can't do it.
I'll do my best to get the company back on its feet. Please calm down. Give me a bit more time.
Your best choice is to transfer the ownership of Shufeng to me.
What?
There's no way! I won't accept it! I won't accept it!
Let's put the past behind us. Just come back to me.
Hit him again. Don't expect me to stand by and do nothing. I'll report you to the authorities and I'll take him away.
No.
I think Julieta will kill herself.
What? If we get thrown out of this house, you're going to pay.
Are you selling your son to me?
Yes.
I never thought that you'd stoop so low as to sell your son.
Don't you realize that he's only telling you what you want to hear? And while he chooses to live like a king, you have to struggle and keep your head down. Daughters who are perfect don't tell lies nor hide bad things that happen to them.
Tell me the truth, Paulina.
I'm gonna burn your legacy.
Amy Boy Smith Jr. stepping up to Contra. What the hell? Who is that?
Hart Foundation.
190 pounds. From Atlanta.
I know Kinanzu is a very inconvincible person.
Okay, Kamene, today have it your way. I am not going to even correct you. I can't. I can't.
I mean, wait. You guys still get some beating from your parents, as big as some of you are.
You just know I will leave my mother's house when I am 33 years.
That is the way to go, Kamene. Other thing is not the way we thought. See everything the way we thought. See rahisi.
Angalia nyumba yako.
Tukate maji.
Gonna burn your legacy. Amy Boy Smith Jr. stepping up to Contra. What the hell? Who is that? Let's get a hell of a super kick. It's Pillman. It's Pillman Jr.
Heart Foundation.
Weighing in this evening at 190 pounds. From Atlanta.
In the suite, by and by, we shall meet on the beautiful show. There's a dedication to President Mwai Kibaki. May he rest in peace. And we continue to celebrate, because at 90 years, all we can do is to celebrate the life of this man who dedicated his entire life to the service of this country from a very young age. And in studio, we still have Mamalina Jabiki-Limo and Balozi on the other end with Victor. And we continue to, talk about the legacy of the president. Mamalina Jabiki-Limo has quite big insights about her relationship with the president, and we'll be getting to some of them later. But this moment of rebirthing this country through a new constitution, you oppose
the Bomas draft, that one of the 2005, and then you support the 2010 Constitution. What were the differences? Why did you, first of all, oppose this one, and then you're supporting the one in 2010?
I didn't support either the 2010.
Even the 2010 you opposed?
Yes, because I had wanted to be made a county with my warring neighbor, the Tiati people.
Okay.
I really felt that for us to live at peace, which we had experienced in 10 years, we needed to be sitting together and talking our issues. So I kept on saying, could you make Marakwet East and Tiati, which is Baringo East, make us a county. Why? Because also we felt at that particular time during the regime, the Marakwet people were marginalized by their brothers, the Kayos. So I felt that we were still going to be subservient to the Kayos, just like the way you feel the Tiati people are subservient to the Tugens in Baringo. So you're bringing a marginalized community, underdeveloped, to others who are developed and making them a county. The other one will still feel we are not at par. And we felt that Marakwet and the Kayos were not cohesive enough to form to live as a county. You will find that before that time, Marakwet people would change their names to sound like Keyo so that they could access opportunities. As we don't have like Kipkemboi, for example, but the Kayos would have Kipkemboi. The Marakwet will have Kipkemoi. Instead of Kemboi, we have Kemoi. So I opposed it. I said, why can't we just be put with the Pokots so that we stop killing each other, because we will be sitting on the same table, sharing our progress together, because we needed to move to where the others are. So that is what happened. But anyway, it was not as aggressive as in the 2005, because in 2005, what broke my neck was when I met the people and told them, let us vote for the government. We have benefited ABCD. But there is something in that which opposed, which made it very difficult for me now to say no again, that the clause that says girls to be given land by their parents. And I remember the old man, as we went out and coming and talking to me, the old man came and said, okay, you asked us to give you a vote as a woman. First of all, you are even a child, uncircumcised. We swallowed all that and gave you the seat. Now you want our land. You want land for the girls. I said, okay. Because land is never allocated to the ladies in my community. And that is what really made the people say no, because they said now I was asking for too much. We have forgotten everything else, gone out of our way to vote for you in. And then you go and reach there, now you want to come and take the land? So I said, all right, and that was the reason. And I feel that's the reason why the president had to understand the background where I came from, that despite voting no, he still embraced me. Not to be, I just felt that if he retained me in his cabinet, others would have said, why are you retaining her and removing the rest? So it's that issue of when a tree falls, even other shrubs along fell.
Must suffer.
Yes.
So, Deputy President William Ruto, then as minister, leads the back in the no campaigns, and the government already is in green campaigning for the constitution. But still, the president is tolerant enough that there are members of his cabinet who are campaigning against the constitution and doesn't fire them.
Yeah. He was, I'm telling you, he was so tolerant. I think he just, it's like he would look behind you to see the society you come from, or how you've been socialized. So he would just embrace people as they are. He took people at a personal level without really, or he considered others siasa too. Yeah.
Tell us about this thing of the father you never had in Kibaki.
Yes, he is the father I never had, because as I said, I came, and not only him, I must say that him as a family with the late Mama Lucy, embraced me as one of their own. And I felt that love when they visited me in my constituency. They both came, and they came to lay a foundation stone for a Tot Health Center to have a 72 bed capacity. And one of the things I could know is at times Mama Lucy would be sent to places, and if she's not able to go, then I would either go or Esther Murugi. This is something that I'm so grateful that we enjoyed the trust of Mama Lucy to go and represent her when First Ladies were meeting. I remember one of the biggest one was I think was it in West Africa? I think it was in Abuja. First Ladies of Africa were meeting, and so Esther was not able to go, so I went on her behalf. And going to get briefs from her, she told me, Jebi, yes, she called me Jebi. Jebi, you go and you enjoy all the facilities for a First Lady. So you would go and you have all these people guarding you, you're in a presidential suit and all that, and you're just doing because Mama Lucy has said you are going to represent her in that. And the fact that he would listen to the story I heard about Marakwet when I talked about the Embobut forest, and he allowed me to go and get a census of the people in the Embobut forest. To me, I felt he was the father I never had, because everybody knows, I ran away from the cat, from the knife, and that's why I don't like female genital mutilation. And I feel bad when other girls are still running. My father wanted me to undergo the cut. He meant well, because that was the culture that you're taught how to behave when you grow up and all that. But what he did not know were the complications that come after you're being cut. And to me, I saw my destiny would be cut with that knife, because after you're cut, people, even if your parents don't want you to get married, there is a way that you dress, and people know that this one has undergone the cut, this one has not undergone. And as you walk the way, you will be eloped. So even if your parents would want you to continue studying after the cut, the chances of you surviving were slim, because men will know, this one is ready to be a wife, because the cut was a rite of passage from childhood to adulthood. So these are my dream was, I wanted to escape all those and get educated to this life where my teacher talked about women in a place called Nairobi driving cars, that there's this plane which goes to London and only educated go there. So I had my vision, and FGM was like in impediment. And my father wants to fulfill all his duties as a father as required by the community. So I really felt that the relationship was antagonistic between me and my father. Then you come here and you find somebody who believes in you. You are feeling you are naive, but he's not seeing your naivety. You are in cabinet. You don't know how to contribute to the debate, but he will point you and say, na wewe, epu sema wewe unafikiria nini hapa. So you see, giving you an opportunity to express yourself. And so that is why I say he's the father that I never had. Believing that I have something to say.
Quite interesting. Are there times, if you're free to speak about it, are there times you had to see him without an appointment?
Yes. Well, I've gone to State House 3 times without an appointment. Yes. When I'm so annoyed and I feel, now whom do I tell? He's the person I knew. And he's the person who knows me.
And he will let you in?
Yeah. Ipu was the controller of State House. And I would go and you will be allowed in. Because now they will hear there's somebody at the gate and all that. Yeah. I've had, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I've had twice and I got good answers. At one point I went, I was so annoyed. As I told you, he was a man of few words.
Yes.
I'm there, fire, I'm breathing fire. I feel this. Then he just stood from where he was, picked my hand and walked me out. To me, that was soothing.
But had he solved your problem? By the time he's...
I told you, he doesn't tell you the answers. You see the results. And the results were that he created the Ministry of Immigration. Yeah.
Wow.
After that, of me breathing fire, and holding my hand to get out. I was made a full Minister of Immigration. He created the Minister of Immigration.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, Victor, this man who will not give you an answer the way you want it, but once he holds your hand, you're sure you have gotten a response either way.
Wazira just painted that picture, and the way she was artistically, she painted a picture in my head, the way she was breathing fire, and Mzee was just looking at her, said, okay, sasa huyu, wacha nimteleke huko ije kidogo.
And Mzee was limping a bit.
Yeah.
So you can imagine
slowly, know. So here she is, her hands are held, you don't know, tunaenda wapi? But anyway, that was him. I will ask you a question, because probably you can answer it when you come back. The issue of 2/3 gender rule, it's quite emotive, it's quite elusive. It goes to the floor of Parliament, but each and every time, there's a reading, there's a motion about that, it doesn't see the light of the day. What's your take on that? Probably you can handle that later on when you come back, but still with Waziri here. Waziri, at some point in 2011, President Mwai Kibaki, when you had a function in Ukambani, he ordered all the envoys to make sure that the foreign policy was in tandem with the new constitution. It was so close to his heart, right?
Yep.
Did you achieve it as envoys?
Repeat that question.
The president was quite categorical in terms of having the new constitution and the foreign policy, the trade.
Yes.
And he wanted all the envoys to make sure that the foreign policy in terms of economy and trade were side by side with the foreign policy and the Kenyan constitution. Did you achieve this as foreign envoys?
Yes, Victor, we did. We were able to align the foreign policy with the trade policy. And that is why we were able to do the volumes we did. It's true that if you look at our trade balance today,
yes,
maybe it's about $24 billion, and imports are 18 billion, and exports are about 6 billion. It's quite a gap, but it was worse than that. It was a lot of effort to push it to where it is today. And that was because the policies were aligned and the constitution was giving very clear guidelines on how to proceed.
And he was quite categorical, and he would monitor the growth and the progress?
I told you President Kibaki was on economic policy, economic diplomacy,
yes,
and he had established very clear targets on what you need to achieve. Yes.
Kenyan troops are still in Somalia from 2011, and President Kibaki, it all happened during his reign. Probably as an envoy, when you sat in your office and you're trying to see the whole scenario, what would you read from that?
Let me state two things before I answer that question. One, Somalia is our neighbor. They are our neighbors. We are brothers. We have families on both sides of the border, and we are one people. Secondly, there is the issue of the disputes and the dispute. And I can assure you that whatever is being disputed is part of Kenya's exclusive economic zone, historically, geographically, and under international law. And any president of Kenya has a duty to safeguard the sovereignty of this country. But now, let's come to your question. We all knew there was a problem in Somalia, but we didn't know how big it was.
Right.
So President Kibaki appointed Major General James Mwanzia Mulinge as the ambassador to Somalia. And I believe the ambassador must have given his report on the situation in Somalia.
Yes.
And it's possible it came out clearly that the global community and even us were not appreciating how bad that problem was. So President Kibaki called all the ambassadors to Nairobi.
Right, including you.
Yes. And he put us in the presidential jet. of us. He gave us 2. And we were all taken to Kaguma refugee camp to see the problem for ourselves. And I saw ambassadors cry. It's the first time we saw breathing skeletons. People had walked like 3 months just to reach to Kaguma. And when we came back, Kibaki told us he wants us to go out there and preach that there is a problem in Somalia and it needs to be addressed. And that is how the situation was arrested. So Kibaki was quite pragmatic and very prudent in his approach to the situation in Somalia. Okay, there are issues about AMISOM that as a neighbor we should not send military there, but I think the situation which I saw on the ground myself,
yes,
we had to. It was very important that an intervention was put in place.
An intervention was put in place.
Yeah, and Kibaki did that.
Yes, yeah. And to this end, we can easily see stability in Somalia, and trade is going on, and Kenya is enjoying. And in fact, even the dignitaries from Somalia can easily come, fly in and out of Kenya, have a discussion with President Kenyatta, and go back. There is that now friendliness.
There's that friendliness,
right.
And the Somalis appreciate that. That's why they have been using Nairobi. When there are disagreements, they come here to their big brother to table the issues, and they are always resolved.
So generally, Kenya meant well then?
Sorry?
Generally, Kenya meant well?
Yeah, Kenya meant well, and Kenya still means well. Yes.
At some point, President Mwai Kibaki called on citizens who hold dual citizenship to continue remitting, continue building the nation, remitting more finances, investing in the country. And he said that at the end of the day, when you have dual citizenship, then you as envoys on those different countries, please talk to those people and remit back to that country. What was that all about?
Yeah, you are aware that the remittances have been very good.
Yes.
As a consequence of that. And the Constitution allows dual citizenship.
Yes.
So it was a very good initiative and has worked very well. Yes.
And even up to this particular point, when you look at the figures, the remittance is still doing pretty well, and Kenyans in the diaspora are also appreciating what it is all about.
Yeah, I think the remittance is one of the biggest sector of our economy.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. It's a few minutes to 10, and if you can take a look at your screens, of course, Kenyans are still, making their way to Parliament buildings. It's the third and the last day where President Mwai Kibaki's body is lying in state at Parliament until 5 p.m. And today is a busy day as compared to the last 2 days, so to say, being the last day, and that will be it. So we expect a lot of nothing much, as the rest will be handled by the relevant committee chaired by the Interior Ministry and the National Government Funeral Steering Committee, and we'll be getting more information later in the day or probably tomorrow on how things will be come on Friday and Saturday. But just to mention that Parliament will have a special sitting today in the afternoon at 2:30. There was a special gazette which was put out there by the Speaker, Justin Muturi, and on Friday will be a national holiday. Friday will be a national holiday. So if you're within Nairobi or even able to travel, you still have some hours to go. You still have some hours to go and talk on that. Now, talk of economic diplomacy, Ambassador, and the President urged almost all the envoys to ensure that they give attention to that pillar.
Yes.
And because being a student of economics, he understood pretty well, and he pushed all the ambassadors, so to speak, and the envoys to ensure that wherever you are, the economic diplomacy was well taken care of, and he wanted you to steer that to the next level.
Yeah, and there was a reason for that. See, if as a country we are not able to attract investments, And there's a limit as to how much we can do internally. If there are no investments, then there will be no economic growth. And if there is no economic growth, there will be no employment.
Yes.
So that was basically where he was coming from. And we had to work day and night. I do remember when we managed to sign the treaties to facilitate investments like the avoidance of double taxation,
yes,
and also promotion and protection of investments. One of the large Korean companies called POSCO, the chairman of that company was able to charter a plane because there was no flights between Kenya and Korea to Nairobi,
yes,
to talk about starting a steel plant. And I do remember being called by the then head of civil service, Francis Mudaura, and the PS in industrialization, I think it was engineer Dr. Kibicho.
Yes.
They called me and we went for a meeting and they told me the president is very keen on this project. Can you confirm to us that it can be done? And I told them it can be done. And I told them we will start by establishing a direct flight between Korea and Kenya. And I went to see the chairman of Korean Air. His name is late. He died last year. He was called Cho Yang-ho. And we discussed and he agreed we start a direct flight. And that direct flight, the outcome of that was that the tourists or people from Korea to Kenya, the number increased from 4,000 to 10,000.
Right.
And Kibaki was very happy with that. Yes.
And that was the whole essence of economic diplomacy.
Yes.
Do you miss South Korea?
I'm a Kenyan, you see. I have no other place to go, but there are things we do with Korea up to today. Yes.
Wow.
I am not going anywhere.
You're not going anywhere?
Yeah.
Kenya is home.
I mean, if we all go, then we'll build the country.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Can imagine.
I mean, the experience we have gained outside is what we need to push our country forward.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Waziri, back to you. The issue of two-thirds gender rule. I mean, it's a hard nut to crack for, legislators in Parliament. Maybe as you curious, you take it up. Probably Waziri can handle that. Why is it quite elusive?
Go ahead, Waziri.
Yeah, the issue of two-thirds. First of all, people choose a representative based on their personalities or how they package themselves to be acceptable by the citizens to represent them. So you're not voted in because you're a woman. You are voted in because you're articulative enough for them, or they trust you. They want you to be their leader. So that is one thing. However, the two-thirds, it has been elusive because politics is quite expensive, especially these days it's expensive. And women, whatever resources they have, is always divided with, have I ensured that everything is okay at home before I spend this money? And so you find most of the money is divided, and the men are able to spend knowing at the end of the day there'll be food on the table for them. Now, the challenge that we face as women, women aspirants is both resources and belief that we can deliver, yet naturally we are nurtures by nature. The political parties believing that we can deliver that seat for them as women. My prayer is that if they could, like what they have done now, you have seen that they have given direct nominations to some people whom they believe can deliver the seat. Unless that one is done by the political parties, then achieving the two-thirds gender rule will still be a vision that we are not seeing light at the end of the tunnel. So unless the political parties are saying, this side, there is this lady and we want to support her. As I said earlier, in my constituency when I was campaigning, the former Prime Minister came there to campaign for me. Yeah, although the people had already believed in me, but they saw that yes, even the party she's in, the big wigs in that party are supporting her. Now, if we choose a woman, the big wigs of the political parties come and campaign and say, yes, this is the one we have endorsed, then we shall get that 2/3. And I'm using this platform to appeal to the citizens of Kenya to please carefully listen to the agenda of the women aspirants and vote for them. Women vote for women also, but the political parties, there is still time for you to put your foot down and say, for this region, for this constituency, we want a woman. For this ward, let us take the lady, and tell the man to wait, that government is big, the way they always say there is enough for everyone. How come? Why can't we say, let us fulfill the 2/3 according to our constitution, and tell the men, stay aside, there is enough for everyone in government.
I think, Victor, your question has been ably responded to by Waziri.
Yes.
Fantastic. Let's pick it up from where we're left and your closeness with President Mwai Kibaki. But listening to you, because you're talking about your closeness again with the family of President Mwai Kibaki. Talking about Mama Lucy, obviously she's not the subject in this case. But what was your relationship with Mama? Because almost at the tail end of President Kibaki's tenure, we don't see her. People are asking questions. But what was your relationship with Mama Lucy Kibaki?
Oh, you're making me feel what I feel sometimes when I remember the Kibaki family. Yes, I feel like I was one of their children. Yeah, Mama Lucy, although people saw her as Mkali, me, I did not see her as Mkali. I saw her as a mama who stood for the truth. That if you are doing the right thing, you had no reason to fear Mama Lucy. I just want to thank her because I don't know what she saw in me, and I know also Esther Murugi, the former MP for Nyeri, that at some incidences when she had to do, maybe if she had some things to do in the country and was not able to attend this meeting for Organization of First Ladies in Africa, or AFLA, I got the privilege to represent her at 2 of those functions. And I'm grateful that she also opened opportunities for me to network, to also just know some issues like what is your responsibility. Like, I didn't know that when you get a flag, when you reach where there's a flag, you are supposed to stand and respect that flag. But when she was briefing me as I'm going to represent her, she told me when you go and you see a flag, you stop and it's like you bow to those countries' flags. So she's also just like my teacher, and may God rest her soul in peace. But coming now to the president, I had said that he embraced me like one of his, I would say like one of his children, because I don't know whether he ever called me Mheshimiwa or aliniita mtoto, something like that. But the fact that he was able to answer to my requests, not by word but by deed. Like I would say, we have this challenge, and the next day or the next week you see something happening. One of those was, there was something, we were opening a road in Ziwa. And there was a lot of rain and floods, and bridges had been swept in Marakwet. And so I came, and when we were told to introduce ourselves, I didn't have time to introduce myself. I just said, you know, I'm just from home and the roads are impassable. The bridges have been swept. And that's what I said. But the next week, bulldozers and tingers were in my constituency working on it. So the fact that you've said something and somebody has listened, that made me feel that he was the father I never had, because you gave a request to your father. Yeah? Sometimes they'll tell you wait, or they don't have to tell you wait. They'll just pass the cup, here it is, if it is something you are asking. So to me, I feel that that was the time in history that God allowed me to meet them as a family. They took me as I am with my people, and the developments that we enjoy up to now in Marakwet East is because of his legacy and his the space that he gave me. unfortunately, as we lay him this week, I am also crying. There are so many deaths occurring between Pokot and Marakwet. Insecurity has reared its ugly head again. I'm just praying that maybe the few days or the years that God still gives me to be on this side, I'll still work to ensure that we work for a peaceful coexistence between the two communities. Although I am not in the mainstream leadership at the moment, I'm on this side, but definitely if he did not give me the platform, if Mama Lucy did not give me the platform, I wouldn't have been a gender activist, because by meeting with other women, the first ladies in Africa, and the fact that I was exposed as a minister and working in government for those 10 years, I believe where I am right now, being more like a technocrat or a person on matters gender, it wouldn't have been possible if I was not given that space. Being given that space from making hair. Yes.
A hairdresser?
Yes, I was a hairdresser now in Eldoret after I lost 2017. What I could do was work with my hands. But he did not look at where I came from. I think it's like he looked at my vision. 97. So he looked at, it's like he could read my mission. What is it that I wanted done?
Wow.
The talents. He might have, they must have recognized the talents, that this somebody anapenda watu wake.
Lina Chebet, from a hairdresser to a minister.
Yeah, and now here I am. God has enabled me to walk with the eagles, to fly with the eagles. Yes.
Yeah. Clearly,
I'm grateful to God.
The story from grass to grace. Let's talk about the very emotive issue, what is happening where you come from, the northern part of Kenya.
North Rift.
When you were dealing with those problems, there appeared to be a kind of pacification, and even the celebrations that you were talking about. What has happened in here between? Why is peace there, a momental issue, and then all of a sudden there's explosion?
Oh, well, I really don't know, and I don't want to criticize anybody. Yeah, what I know is that I used to go by road and stay with the people, and being informed of what was happening. We opened the marketplaces, which were not there, so people were talking to each other. You see, when you are not conversing with somebody, you become suspicious. You don't know what they are planning, and we also don't know what I am planning. It is something very emotive. I don't want to blame anybody. However, you have to be hands-on. For security to be sustained, you as the representation of the people must be hands-on. Don't just drop in a chopper and fly back without knowing what is happening. The answers are not with you. You don't know it. It is the people, and I think this is something that I learned from His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. You go to him with a problem, he will tell you, what do you think yourself? So it's like now you look around and say, oh, yes, what is justice? What is it? What am I supposed to do? It's like he throws it back to you. In your opinion, what is the right thing to be done? Yeah? And I remember that during his tenure, we used to talk about creating an enabling environment. So if you have been given the enabling environment, then why don't you do that which you know is right? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Also, this is the camera I'm supposed to look here, and I'm looking at you.
No, it's still, it's still okay. Even looking at me. There's the problem of mop-up of guns that happens in that area almost every other time, and every time we hear an operation, there will always be a mop-up of guns. And the question I always ask is the unity between leaders and the national government. Why haven't we ever found a solution to how these guns get into these areas, even after mop-up?
Is there that unity between the elected leaders and the national government? Maybe just do that research. I don't think there is. Depending on the reason why somebody is sought to be a representation, to be a representative of the people. Yeah. I just wish we could be able to measure the passionometer of the leaders we elect to us. Yes, are they passionate to come and work for us, or they're working for themselves. Are they our representatives, or they are tenderpreneurs who want to use that position, of course, to enlarge their territory on matters business or anything. I think we need to spend more time with the people. One thing that I know is that you would find me in the bush slaughtering an animal and eating with these people, just embracing them as they are. And that is something I learned. I was embraced as I was, in being naive. The president embraced me and trusted that I could work for his government. I did the same by embracing the people whom I represented, without looking at their educational background or their social background, or looking at their ethnicity as a Pokot or a Marakwet. To me, they were all human beings. So the issues of boundaries also causes a lot of problems, where somebody says, these are my air, these are my people. No, we are all Kenyans. You know, at times you hear this other community have killed, and people are saying, yeah, or shoot to kill, for example. Who are you shooting to kill? Yeah, and you are a leader and you're saying that. Or saying that it is now time we take up to protect ourselves. I think there's need for the leaders who are elected to sit down and draw a program with the national government. They're all serving together. Instead of looking at a DCC, yeah, the Deputy County Commissioner, as responsible. No, even you as a leader, you're responsible. When you point a finger at government and say, oh, security, the buck stops at the president, so what have you also brought in? What is your proposal? So that the president can implement, because you're the person with the people. So what is your agenda? For me, I came and I said, I have something called Kolowo Declaration. Yeah, and I said this Kolowo Declaration, it is not found in KSG. Those days we used to call it Kenya School of Government, not Kenya School of Government, we used to call KIA. So it is not there, but this is what the people believe, that if you hit somebody and they bleed, you pay 30 goats. So we would pay, but go after the culprit. You kill somebody, you pay 40 cows, we pay, so that the people feel justice has been visited on them, but go after the culprit. Yeah, but right now, if you're not doing anything, the relatives will want to avenge the blood of the person who has been killed. Really, so I think it has to be that the leaders to bring their agenda together and they discuss with the national government and see which is workable, instead of blaming just the national government, yet the answers are with the people. You know, don't think that those people who are in the communities are illiterate. They know, they understand the environment very well. And I don't believe either on whether you arm them. Why should you arm them? You are arming them to do what? Yeah, we should find ways of bringing them together to talk to one another, open up the marketplaces. Yeah.
We are approaching an election in a few months. But the people offering themselves for various political positions or elected positions available. The amount of sacrifice we see from President Kibaki, the tolerance, the sacrifice this man offers himself for a nation, for the cause of a nation. It's not something we are seeing a lot in the crop of leadership that is upcoming. Why is the missing link, Mheshimiwa?
The vision for each and the mission of each of the people offering themselves for leadership. What is it that you want to achieve at the end of the day? When you say, I'm campaigning, I want to represent you, did you first of all see the challenges within the environment, and to which now you want to address? And how do you intend to address? So we just pray that miracles, and I believe that miracles do happen, that along the way, before we go for elections, God will have helped people to rearrange their missions while they're seeking leadership. And after August, we still have one united country. Yeah.
Maybe a Damascus moment will come before the elections.
Oh, yes. Let's believe so, a Damascus moment.
Before I retire, you and Balozi, Victor probably can take the last words from Balozi.
Absolutely. And, question to Waziri.
Go ahead.
Do you think that it's now time for us to have a female deputy president? You'll answer that. There are some questions and some talks along the corridors of politics. What is your take on that? What's your take on that?
Yeah. Can I answer straight away? Because
yes, go ahead.
Okay, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Look, we've been trying to get there 2/3 gender. And then we also say that we want in every organization almost a zebra kind of where there's a man, a woman, a man, a woman, so that we can bring gender equity in our country. I think we should start from the head. And in this case, the presidency. I vote for a woman deputy president. Let me tell you, as the president is a man leading, and as we speak in maendeleo ya wanawake meetings, when we are talking, we always say the women are the head, the neck, so we can turn the head to look this way and that way. It is time we have a deputy woman. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, very interesting.
The same way you got that strange call, maybe it could be.
Yeah. Hold it a bit so that we go to Parliament a bit. Okay. And obviously, as you engage Balozi, it would also be important to understand from Waziri, with all these ideas, because she's brilliant, as you can tell, why is she not offering herself either
exactly, that's the question.
As MP or in Elgeyo Marakwet as, governor? But she will tell us in a bit. But let's head to Parliament, where Purity Museo again joins us as we continue with a very exercise of celebrating President Mwai Kibaki. Purity?
Good morning to you, John, Jacob, Curry, and Victor, right there at the studio. We are still here at the Parliament buildings. Right now, we're actually slightly inside the building. And as you can see, people are still coming in to view the body of the late former President Mwai Kibaki and give their last respect. And this viewing exercise began before 8 in the morning, because at around 6:30 a.m. the body of the former President Mwai Kibaki made its way right here at the Parliament buildings just after 7 in the morning, and therefore the exercise began shortly after the arrival of the body. By 8 in the morning, people were already allowed to come inside and give their last respects. Just before I give you more information on what is going on, of course you can see people getting into where the body is currently lying. Let's speak with one of the Kenyans who has made his way here to give their last respects to the former President Mwai Kibaki. Please tell us your name and what you remember Mwai Kibaki for.
My name is Peter Odunya.
Just help you remember.
My name is Peter Odunya. I remember Kibaki for making us for the roads and for kutengeneza economy.
Ni sawa, unaweza ongea Kiswahili?
Ametusaidia sana kutengeneza barabara, economy. Na mimi nimetoka Kiseri nikuja kumuona.
Ulifika hapa saa ngapi na labda imekuchukua muda gani kufika kwa hii stage?
Nimefika hapa saa 3. Na haijachukua muda, hakuna line.
Haya, tunashukuru. Asante sana. Mami, karibia tu hapa. Haya, tuelezee mzee Kibaki, unamkumbuka vipi?
Kwa majina naitwa Brenda Maizi Usikolo. Nimetoka Western Province na naishi at River. Na I was the first Mrs. Kenya coming from Western Province. Niliongeleshwa na mzee Jomo Kenyatta. Akasema Nyanya aongoze, alafu akistaafu, alafu Mwai Kibaki atachukua miaka 2. Alafu mimi nitafuata. But uongozi wangu ulichukuliwa na Uhuru. Sasa ndio maybe wananitafuta ama sijui. But Kibaki nilimjua. I know Kibaki 1985 when I was in Form 2. Nikajua Moi nikiwa Form 2 85. Nikamjua marehemu Moses Mudamba Mudavadi. I come from Western Province, Bugondi area. But ninakaa huku at the River. Ndio nimeona nikuje kumpea heshima yake ya mwisho.
Kwa sababu ulimjua, na labda uhusiano wako na rais, unaweza tuelezea, maanake unasema ulimjua Rais Kenyatta, ukamjua Moi, Kibaki, alafu wewe ndio ulikuwa uchukue baada ya Kibaki. Tuelezee ilikuwaje?
Vile ilikuwa, sijui kile kilifanyika katikati, kwa sababu mzee Jomo Kenyatta alisema tuwe tuna appoint, awe ana appoint kufikia kwa Ruto. Alipo appoint kufikia kwa Ruto, sasa hapo ndio ange appoint tena, lakini wakaona wapikange kura.
Lakini kama si kura ingekuwa ni wewe.
Kama sio kura. Uongozi ni wa Western Province sahi.
Tunashukuru mami.
Naitwa Brenda Maisi Kusikolo.
Asante sana mami, tunashukuru.
Nilimjua kwa sababu tena kuna siku my brother alikuwa na shida na certificate yake ya form 4. Alafu akaamrisha certificate zote zipeane kwa wanafunzi. My brother alikuwa anasoma Chabakali High. Alafu zikaachiliwa. Lakini alikuwa ametafuta hiyo certificate for 3 years. Akitaka kuingia KMC, akitaka kuingia wapi, hakuna vile anaweza enda. So Kibaki alipoingia, akasema masomo kwanza, certificate za wanafunzi
za kuendelea na maisha yake sasa.
Ndio kidogo alipata ajali.
Asante sana mami. Endelea na safari. So, Jacob Kuria, I've been speaking to some of the Kenyans and deep conversations here on how Kenyans remember the late President Mwai Kibaki, and of course, some had a personal relationship with the former president, while others it's because of the impact he's had during his leadership as the third president of the Republic of Kenya. The exercise continues at around 5 p.m. and Kenyans are coming in. The queues have not been empty. The exercise is very smooth, but as you can see, very orderly. But it's been a continuous process from around some minutes to 8 in the morning. It's been ongoing. The body is still lying in state, and today is the last day, so Kenyans have an opportunity to just come and give the last respect to the former president, Kenya's third president, Mwai Kibaki. And Jacob, remember, after today, the exercise, the body viewing exercise comes to a close, and therefore on Friday they are expected to hold, the country is expected to hold a national memorial service in his honor, and therefore now before his burial on Saturday at his home in Othaya. So this journey began on Friday last week when the late president died. Of course, announcement made by President Uhuru Kenyatta, and so preparations ahead of his burial have been ongoing, and the first thing was now giving Kenyans an opportunity to view the body of their third president, and so after that now the memorial service will come in, then the burial of the former president. Remember, this is the second time that Kenyans are experiencing such a state burial after Kenya's second president, President Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, died in 2020. So that was the first time, but right now things appear to be very smooth because there's already an experience on such events, and therefore Kenyans from all walks of life are here to give their last respect to the former president. It's a somber mood here, but I can assure you that really Kenyans have great memories of the former president Mwai Kibaki, and what is coming out very clearly is the fact that he made education free primary education. Most people, most families benefited from this. Most families had an opportunity to take their children to school, and even the last Kenyan that we've spoken with says that now the brother was able to get the certificate, the Form 4 certificate, following an order by President Mwai Kibaki to have all certificates released, and therefore that is something that Kenyans are remembering Mwai Kibaki for, and they are really happy that they are here to give their last to pay their last homage and respect to the former president. So that is what is going on here, Kuria. Remember, we will be here till the close of the viewing of the body, and Kenyans will be allowed into the parliament buildings up to around 5 p.m. and pay their last respect. So it's still a call for those who are outside there. They can still make their way. There's still time. It's still morning, and therefore up to 5 p.m. the exercise will close. And once again, we don't expect this process to repeat itself tomorrow, because today is the last day as announced by the national committee that is preparing preparing or planning the burial of the late president, former President Mwai Kibaki. John Jacob Curia, that is all from this side. I'll return you back to studio.
Thank you very much, Purity Museo. Good luck, of course, as you continue to cover that event. It's going to be a very, very extensive week for us as journalists, because, I mean, we have to do this for you. I was actually seeing somebody commenting on one of our pages that one of the reasons they can't make it to come view the body of the late president is obviously because of the high cost of living, and we've got you covered because we'll bring you this event live on KBC Channel 1. Victor, probably you can engage Balozi before we retire him.
Absolutely. The high cost of living, we have slashed that for you because we're giving you wall-to-wall coverage. Of course, we have Waziri and Balozi here. Hey, what did you expect? We're here for you. Okay, so I know, ambassadors, you rarely comment on political issues, but we have got President Suluhu across our borders, Angela Merkel in Germany, we have Kamala Harris in White House in United States. Do you also think that it's time for us to have a female president, or rather deputy president? Yes.
See, let's put this in perspective. Kenya is coming from a background of one-party state where power was monopolized, and we came to multi-party. And multi-party democracy is equal and available and accessible to everybody. It has no limitations. Then we ended up in a situation where we had a forced coalition, and then from there we went to an alliance, a willing alliance, where it was done before elections, and now we are in what we call negotiated democracy. And in that aspect, what I see happening in Kenya is the Switzerland model, the Azimio Oka, where in Switzerland is a system which started in 1530 and constitutionalized in 1888, where the head of state is not a person, it's a council, it's a governing council.
Yes.
And I think that's the best way to go for the country. It is not a gender issue. For Kenya, until we get there fully, we need a person who can, one, ensure that our wealth is not stolen. We are exporting our raw materials. In business, you don't sell your raw materials because it's raw materials which create employment. So as long as we are selling our raw materials, there will be no employment to the level we want. Secondly, we need somebody who can instill confidence and trust in investors so that they can put their money in, and also reassure the international community that Kenya is playing by international law. So with that, I don't see the Kenyan situation as a gender issue. Yes.
That's a diplomatic approach to answer that question. Perfectly put. Ambassador, let me give you a minute to give your final remarks, then we can let you exit.
Yeah, thank you, Victor, and everybody else. I would like just to recap by saying that President Kibaki was a transformational leader. He was very visionary. He was pragmatic. He was very prudent, and contrary to what people believe, he was a risk taker. He took a very big risk when he pushed the country towards the look east foreign policy, when no one wanted to look away from West.
Right.
And it paid dividends. And with that, I would like to offer my profound condolences to the family, and to ensure them that our thoughts, our prayers are with them, and also to let them know that President Kibaki has left an excellent legacy, and we are here to ensure and to protect that legacy. Thank you very much.
Balozi, thank you so much for your time. And thank you so much for speaking to Kenyans. We do really appreciate your valued contribution to the show. And of course, we've been speaking to Ngovi Kitau, who was an ambassador of Kenya to South Korea between 2004 to 2014. We really appreciate your valued contribution. That's why we wrap it up with you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Asante. All right. Still having this coverage right from Parliament buildings, and of course our discussion is still happening here, wall-to-wall coverage. What do you have for us that side, Jacob Curia?
Yes, I also have to retire the Honorable Jabiki Limo, but not before she answers the question.
Oh my.
Before?
Why aren't you running for office?
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
You have to blow it.
Yeah, I'm not running for office this time, but I'm not yet done with politics.
Okay.
Because I would like to support His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta to finish his legacy. And his legacy is something, one of them is close to my heart, that by 2022, female genital mutilation must have stopped in Kenya. And so currently I serve the country at the State Department of Gender Affairs under Ministry of Public Service, and one of our requirements is to ensure that female genital mutilation is stopped in all parts of the country. On matters anti-GBV also, gender-based violence, these are something that I look after, or I look at in the State Department. So I don't want to abandon the campaign against FGM. And by resigning to go and vie for another seat, I would want to walk this journey with His Excellency. Yeah, because that is one of my major reasons why I sought parliamentary representation. I wanted to be a place where laws are made, and I'm glad that law was signed by President Kibaki, and now that baton was carried by the current President Uhuru Kenyatta. So I want to finish with his legacy. Then 2027 is just around the corner. I'll be back.
Maybe you're looking at the next governor for Elgeyo Marakwet.
48 hours is a long time in politics.
Aziri Linda Jabi Kilimo, thank you very much for your time.
Yes.
And of course helping, us share the story of President Mwai Kibaki and his legacy. Thank you very much. And God bless you. Of course, hope to see you in Othaya.
Yes, definitely. And just on behalf of the residents of Othaya and Dogo, where I used to represent, I would like to tell the constituents of Othaya Kubwa, they know that we also came there to celebrate, that we both honored him as a president, and they embraced us as Othaya and Dogo. I would like to say, tuonane milele, bandari ni kule. Yeah, to me and the people who come from Othaya and Dogo, we are like part of his family.
Absolutely.
And so to his children, may God give you his peace.
All right. Mama Lina Jabikili was speaking to us this morning about her working experience with President Mwai Kibaki. Time for us now to take a small breather. But of course, when we come back, we continue with the wall-to-wall coverage of the events in Parliament, and of course, engaging a roundtable of guests as regards the experience and the policies, as well as the legacy of President Emilius Stanley Mwai Kibaki. Don't go too far.
Are you an aspiring candidate in the upcoming general elections? Do you want your agenda and manifesto to reach your voters effectively? At KBC, we have the most comprehensive and credible online platform that has profiles of all prospective candidates. Log on to www.kbc.co.ke/2022 aspirants and let Kenyans know more about you, your past achievements, your manifesto, and your development agenda once you get elected to office. What's more, the website is easy to navigate. We will create your profile, post pictures and short videos with your campaign messages at affordable hosting fees. Log on to www.kbc.co.ke/2022 aspirants today and establish your brand authority as we lead towards the forthcoming general elections.
Promise me to take good care of my sister.
You can count on me.
Can't bring myself to accept that my only son and my daughter are going to get married. I can't do it.
I'll do my best to get the company back on its feet. Please calm down. Give me a bit more time.
Your best choice is to transfer the ownership of Shufeng to me.
What?
There's no way. I won't accept it. I won't accept it.
Let's put the past behind us. Just come back to me.
Umefuata nini? Bana, ameniambia ukweli leo.
You can keep a secret. Naona to introduce kitengo cha fashion and events katika kampuni yetu.
Kuna tatizo lolote la pili ambalo wewe walijua? Lakini wewe ulikuja hapa bila kuniambia, sio kaida yako.
Interview waenda na ukirudi mikono mitupu. Ni mara ngapi?
Promise me to take good care of my sister.
You can count on me.
Can't bring myself to accept that my only son and my daughter are going to get married. I can't do it.
I'll do my best to get the company back on its feet. Please calm down. Give me a bit more time.
Your best choice is to transfer the ownership of Shufeng to me.
What?
There's no way. I won't accept it. I won't accept it.
Let's put the past behind us. Just come back to me.
Hit him again. Don't expect me to stand by and do nothing. I'll report you to the authorities and I'll take him away.
No.
I think Julieta will kill herself.
What? If we get thrown out of this house, you're going to pay.
Are you selling your son to me?
Yes.
I never thought that you'd stoop so low as to sell your son.
Don't you realize that he's only telling you what you want to hear? And while he chooses to live like a king, you have to struggle and keep your head down. Daughters who are perfect don't tell lies nor hide bad things that happen to them.
Tell me the truth, Paulina.
We continue with the live coverage of the third and last day of the viewing of the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki, that President of the Republic of Kenya. And we're still here with Victor Olo. And in a bit, we'll be engaging one of the guests who is in studio. But before we do that, let's just have a look at President Kibaki's golfing life. One of his friends really talks about his golfing life. But I understand we are on standby from Parliament. Absolutely. Let's just head over straight to Parliament. Those are live pictures from Parliament. The body viewing of President Mwai Kibaki. Now, the officers you see on guard there, the pall bearers, and they are changing the intervals of 1 hour. 1 hour after every 1 hour, they will be changing, and they are drawn from the three arms of the Kenya Defence Forces, that is the Kenya Navy, Kenya Air Force, as well as the Kenya Army, and all in the rank of colonel. The biggest honor and respect that can be accorded to a former head of state. There's a second time we are doing it in less than 2 years after the death of President Daniel Arap Moi, the second president of the Republic in the year 2020, and now President Mwai Kibaki. 2 years on, after President Kibaki stood at the very same place to view the body of the late President Moi, we are here again. Such a sad moment for the Republic, losing the two gems, two retired presidents. And that means then we don't have a living retired president. Comparing probably to one of our neighbors like Tanzania, it means we do not have a surviving retired president. But the other sad thing, Victor, as I hand to you to engage your guest, is the fact that President Kibaki has written no memoirs. It would be interesting to read from his world of experience, from the time he comes into government up until when he leaves. It would be important to tap from this wealth of experience if he had actually written the memoirs. Or maybe probably it is in the pipeline, you never know.
You never know. He's been described as a man who loved his private life. And of course, you never know. Probably he just wanted to have his memoirs put in the open for you to see, the record speak for itself. And since Monday, Jacob, we've had a lot of attributes pouring towards President Mwai Kibaki, people who worked with him. We've had ambassador here who was appointed during President Kibaki's tenure. We've had Waziri there, and so many guests here in studio. And all we could hear from them, one thing is common, that President Mwai Kibaki was a leader par excellence. He carried himself with a lot of decorum. He was a calm guy. For example, the way Waziri Jabi said that when she went to State House, she was breathing fire. And President Kibaki just looked at her, let her rant, vent, and then Mzee just stood up and held her hand out. And that's how the whole fire was put off. And I think that shows a lot in terms of leadership. How do you handle hard situations? People would say that he was a man who was in control of his emotions. So we can learn a lot from him as well, in terms of leadership, how to handle situations even during hard times, how we handle our emotions actually matters a lot. Okay, so with me in studio, I have got a gentleman. We want to talk about an issue, you know, which is also anchored in the Constitution. When you talk of leadership, when you talk about matters to do with role-taking in different institutions of our economy, in our country, people living with a disability actually form an integral part of our nation. And now I have one gentleman, Samson Njapitu, who is the communications officer in the National Council for Persons Living with Disability in Kenya. And first of all, just to welcome you in our studios, Samson, karibu sana.
Thank you so much, Victor.
Just to get your opening remarks, as usual, what would be your opening remarks before we continue with the discussion?
First of all, let me take this opportunity to, on behalf of the National Council for Persons with Disabilities and the entire fraternity for persons with disabilities, to convey the message of condolence to the Mzee Emilio Mwai Kibaki. This was a great leader. In fact, the National Council for Persons with Disabilities was established courtesy of Mzee Emilio Mwai Kibaki. Yes.
It was established under his presidency?
Yes. As you remember, Mzee, it was the first time he was sworn in as the president of Kenya.
Right.
He was sworn in on wheelchair, when he was on wheelchair. And just by coincidence, on 31st December 2003, it's when he signed an act which established the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. And this come with a lot of other, so many things, privileges for persons with disabilities, rights for persons with disabilities, establishment of the National Fund, the National Persons with Disabilities Fund. Now, you remember now, persons with disabilities have now a space, courtesy of the Mzee, by establishing the council, establishing the privileges and rights for persons with disabilities. Currently in the country, persons with disabilities enjoy so many privileges, which includes they can access to government procurement opportunities. Currently, persons with disabilities, if you want to import a vehicle, you import vehicles duty-free. If you are earning any income as a person with disability, you enjoy a privilege of getting your earnings tax exempted between 150,000. So this is it's a very good agenda, especially for persons with disabilities in the country. They are now recognized. They have a state agency which is championing for their rights in the country, and this one has put Kenya at the global map as one of the countries that is actually taking care of affairs for persons with disabilities. Yes,
something that is not recognized in many jurisdictions.
Yeah, sure.
And Kenya, now you can proudly say that you are enjoying that space.
We are really enjoying the space, and we've been implementing most of these privileges that are given by the Constitution of Kenya, the Disability Act 2003, courtesy of Mzee Emilio Mwai Kibaki. So as the council, as a fraternity for persons with disabilities, we really mourn Mzee for having given the opportunity persons with disabilities to be heard, to have the privileges, and have the space. If you compare, if you have a comparison between Kenya and other countries, at least Kenya is we are not yet there, but at least since 2003, after the enactment of the Disability Act, Kenya now is in the global map for at least recognizing persons with disabilities. There are so many privileges that we keep on improving. Being now that we have a state agency that coordinates between the government and other private sector for persons with disabilities. Yes.
What does it show? Because soon after President Mwai Kibaki took over power, the 2003 Disability Act was almost immediately enacted.
Yeah, I think it was a coincidence. We do not want to say maybe it was because the Mzee was on wheelchair then, but maybe it was a sheer coincidence that just immediately, barely some months after he was sworn in, and as I said earlier, Mzee was on a wheelchair during his swearing in of the after winning his first round of election and sworn in as a president of Kenya. So I think that was just a sheer coincidence.
So probably you can say that he had a first-hand feel.
Exactly, and he continued to impress not only persons with disabilities, but all other special interest groups. But actually, then this shows, because we've had a lot have been talked about Mzee embracing economy of the Kenya, but I think we forgot that very important spectrum of life, that is the social life, because Kibaki actually also had a soft heart for the special interest groups, persons with disabilities included, and maybe just that is what exactly happened immediately after he was sworn in on that 1st December 2003. Then the Disability Act was enacted.
The persons living with a disability enjoy, a huge window, constitutionally speaking.
Yes.
And if you ask me, in every corner of this republic, every institution has a person living with a disability, either through appointment, through elected positions. This is a clear indication that Kenya, we are maturing as a democracy.
Yeah, sure. This shows that we've said we are not yet there, but comparing the global map for persons with disabilities, comparing Kenya with other countries in Africa and even globally, we are somewhere. Because of this initiative from the Kibaki, now persons with disabilities have a reservation for employment, 5% reservation for employment in each or in all government agencies and even private sector. And in fact, you remember, he is the one who introduced what we call performance contracting. As the council now, we can give award marks to state agencies who give this 5% stipulation for persons with disabilities for employment. And that's why we see now, at least people are not looking at the disability.
Yes.
People now, we are now seeing that what we are able to do, not the disability. And that's why in every and each institution, political spectrums, and even nominations, we've seen persons with disabilities participating.
There's a window for that.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Okay. No pictures there. It's a cloudy day here in Nairobi. Outside that Parliament, if you can see, it's a moody kind of weather in the CBD. Probably can say that Mother Nature is also responding to the current state of our nation as we speak. You know, they say that, Jacob, where I come from, is that when an elder passes on, even the clouds, even the winds of our environment feel. And that's the point that you'll experience some heavy rain that you've never experienced in your area. So we can also say that the world is also mourning with that. But let's come back to our discussion. After the enactment of the 2003 Disability Act, we even saw the construction of buildings had provisions. Anytime you were on the staircase, you'd see a provision which was sometimes never existed before, but we would see even construction sites. There was a provision for people with disabilities, the wheelchair, pathways and what have you. That really tells a lot in terms of how they are being recognized in the country as you speak.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, as now the Acts, the Constitution of Kenya, when you see chapter, the Bill of Rights, Act 54, which talks about the rights and privileges for persons with disabilities. This in itself shows how Kenya we are progressing when it comes to persons with disabilities. Because, and you remember, the Constitution still was promulgated during the tenure of Mzee Mwai Kibaki.
Right.
And that's why we are saying, Kenya, we are somewhere. But at least we are not yet to the position that we want, but at least we are somewhere, because now we can have buildings which are accessible. We were seeing even institutions integration for persons with disabilities, learners with disabilities. You've seen how persons with disabilities are performing, both even academically, in institutions of learning, and in workplaces. So definitely it is a discussion that we can see it's heading somewhere. It's a positive actually development which has put Kenya in a very good map when it comes to persons with disabilities.
Do you have some challenges that you're still facing to date from 2003, since the enactment of that act, until right now?
Yeah, sure. Definitely there are challenges always, but as we've said, some of the sections of the Act are not yet implemented. Regulations, we have bills that are still pending in Parliament. We have also definitely, we do not have enough funding. still, but there are a lot which the council has done. There's a lot which the Fraternity for Persons with Disability has done. Yeah. But to date, we can say we need little improvement to be where we want now. Yeah. Absolutely. And of course, now that calls for legislative kind of process. Yes, and we've had Honorable Sankok, who sits in that committee in Parliament, and Honorable Ntegati, and etc. And we'll also have to talk to them and see what's the legislative process, where it is right now, and how far they are pushed, and how soon some of those pending bills can see the light of the day in Parliament. But then, on elective positions, it's that season again, and we're seeing nominations happening. How have you motivated people living with a disability to take up these elective positions? First, elective positions in Kenya, you must have massive resources, you must have massive opportunities, and as council championing for the rights of persons with disabilities. Definitely now, as I've mentioned earlier, currently the government has given persons with disability an opportunity to access procurement of opportunities for persons with disabilities. There is a stipulation for persons with disabilities. There is what we call the fund for persons with disabilities, which provides what we call local purchase order for persons with disabilities. If a person with disability can access a business, a tender, persons can access what we call local purchase order. In this, they can, the LPO. They can now get resources, and they can now be able to compete as an equal in the equal space with other counterparts when it comes to elective positions. And we've also have numerous civic educations to ensure that persons with disabilities also, there's no stigma between now the public and the persons with disabilities who are seeking for appointive positions. So the council has given that opportunity, it has given that confidence to the electorate and to persons with disabilities seeking for elective positions. Yeah. And when you talk of stigmatization, it's a big nut to crack for even people living with disability outside here. We've had so many situations where you hear parents or guardians, locking, their children in some kind of isolation for years. Before the public realizes that something is happening here, it would be rather too late. But then that kind of mentality is actually not even slowly, has changed. And through your council, the PWDs, that's how you call it? Yeah, persons living with disabilities. Now you also have an equal voice across, across board, because you are now being recognized as people as well, not like the way it was Kitambo. Sure. Because of these privileges, these opportunities that persons with disabilities have, where now we are creating what we call public confidence to persons with disabilities. Employers confident to persons with disabilities, such that now persons with disabilities employ a person with disability not because you don't see a disability in a person with disability, but see what they are able to do. Look at, for example, as you just mentioned, Honorable Sankok. Right. He's making a very good, he's doing a very good job in the National Assembly. Same case to Isaac Maura. Same case to, we have even a judge who is now visually impaired. Yes. So, you see, this is now creating, due to these opportunities, which is being provided by the Constitution, the Disability Act, the society now have started to see that this is a person with disability. Right, just to cut you short, if you whatever you're seeing there on your screens right now, that is now we call change of guard. The other side is now living. Now we have got a change of guard. The next 4 are going to take charge. It's now 11. It's now 11, and they are going to stand there keeping vigil for the next 1 hour before the exit for the next batch to come. All of them in the rank of colonels. There you have it. They are organizing themselves in 4s, and slowly their sword will be put slowly facing down, a sign of mourning. You have it, and all hands on top of each other. It's 11 sharp.
Jacob Curia, we talked about time. It's 11, and change of guard has just happened at the stroke of time.
It's a very interesting phenomena, and quite encouraging. Looking
Absolutely.
at the discipline the military is applying in the entire exercise. Change of guard, again, it will happen, and it will keep happening up until 5 p.m.
Absolutely. All right. So some of the things that we rarely see, even to the viewer out there, these are some of the things that you know, as a nation, we rarely see. But when such, things do happen, we do appreciate that every profession has its own dynamics and certain ways things are done. All right, it's 11:01. We're still having this discussion in studio. Now, when you talk of PWDs, even in the military, we have got people who got injured in line of duty, but you rarely see them being, dismissed off service. They are still held, they're still given positions in the military, and that's the way it is.
Sure. Because now that's what there are so many rules. If you can climb a tree, for instance, there is another way you can do for you to get the fruit. So if I'm a military officer and I got injury in line of duty as a person with disability, there are so many other assignments you can be assigned to do and still perform. And that's what we are saying. Stop seeing a person as their disability, but see this is what is able to do. And these are the privileges the Constitution of Kenya is bringing to persons with disabilities and even special interest groups at large. So we're saying this is now an improvement that we are seeing, and it keeps on improving day in, day out.
Yeah. How does the council mourn President Mwai Kibaki?
Of course, we, as the council, we first and foremost, as we said earlier, the council is being because of Mwai Kibaki. It was enacted it is through the bill which was enacted 2003, that 1st December, just barely some months after the swearing in of Mzee Kibaki. So as the council, we have so many privileges now as persons with disabilities that we have to remember Mwai Kibaki with. Persons with disabilities now can access procurement opportunities. Persons with disabilities can now get reservations for employment. Persons with disabilities can now go to any premises they have. There is a stipulation for accessibility for any premises, courtesy of Mzee Mwai Kibaki. There is a fund for persons with disabilities, which was given out,
which was created
created for persons with disabilities. There is a lot we remember Mwai Kibaki for, and definitely we feel like we are at home, and we're mourning Mwai Kibaki for all the services that we have as persons with disabilities entirely.
And through that act, donor funding was also, the doors of donor funding also open.
Yes. Now that the funding, the partnership with private sector, with public sector, now we have now an umbrella where now, and even persons with disabilities now are recognized.
Yes.
And they are now, we as society know there are persons with disabilities in the society. So there is recognition. Now you can recognize persons with disabilities in every and each spectrum. When you go to sporting, there is they are there.
Yes.
If you go to business, they are there. And that's why there are all these open opportunities for persons with disabilities. There's no day, there's no time that persons with disabilities are left behind.
That reminds me of the old adage that disability is not inability.
Inability, sure.
Absolutely. So it can all be done. It's so long as you're not brain dead, then you're still up and active, and things can still be done. But then now, when you look at the global standing, initially some countries do not recognize PWDs, and they're still lagging behind in terms of legislative processes to make sure that the PWDs are also recognized. But when you look at the global ranking, where are we?
Victor, I think that's a very good question, because on the map, you must know that where are we as the country? And as I've said earlier, the National Council for Persons with Disabilities and government at large has put persons with disabilities in the global map recognition as Kenya.
Yes.
Because we have very few countries that you can compare with, with the Kenya as a country. A few countries that have a state agency, a few countries that have a fund created for persons with disabilities. So I think if you compare between now other countries and Kenya, and you remember there was what we call disability, the Global Disability Summit, which we co-hosted as a country with the UK. So you can think where now where the country is when it comes to matters disability. Yes.
Okay. I'm not alone. I'm with my colleague JJ Kiore here, and live pictures still coming from Parliament buildings. Kiore, we predicted today was going to be a busy day, and clearly it is. The footprints there, it's overwhelming.
People have turned out in their numbers.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something very interesting. It's very chilly outside.
It is.
But people still turned up in their numbers to view the body of the late president. And this is the very last day, because after today, it will not be possible to do that. Because the only other time there will be an event around President Mwai Kibaki is on Friday during the interdenominational service, and then his burial on Saturday. But before I hand it back to you, Victor, let me link up with Purity Musa and Ben Chumba from Parliament buildings once more, so they can tell us how the situation is there and whether the queue is still bulgy as we are seeing from the screens. Purity?
Kerry and Victor, it's nice to speak with you again. Right now, we are still at Parliament buildings, and today is the last day for the viewing of the body of the late former President Mwai Kibaki. The body has been lying in state since Monday, and where we are standing now is the gate where, after viewing the body, Kenyans are now making their way out of this place. And now, after viewing the body inside the Parliament building, now when they are coming out of the place where the body of the former president is placed, they have an opportunity to now have a pictorial of the life and times of the former President Mwai Kibaki. There's a wall of remembrance just right here, and where I am standing, as you can see, what is written up here, family patriarch, that is what is being remembered for. These are just for pictures of the late former President Mwai Kibaki with his family. You can see here, he's just seated with the wife, the late Lucy Kibaki. These are just photos of the life of former President Mwai Kibaki and the family. And of course, as you can see there, he really was a family man, and he had, of course, 4 children, some of them whom we are very familiar with, Jimmy, Kibaki, Kagai. And, Kibaki was, when you have a look at his life, early life of Mwai Kibaki, he was born in 1931 and in Othaya. At that time, it was Othaya Division in Nyeri district. And we can say that from there, in education, there are also photos of his education. He was in Mangu High School for his secondary school. He also studied at Makerere University in Kampala. And of course, where he studied economics, history, and political science. What most Kenyans don't know is that Kibaki graduated with a first-class honors degree in economics, and therefore maybe the reason why he's being remembered as the best economist that the country has ever had. And then Kibaki has also gone to the London School of Economics, and he was really maybe the reason as to why at some point he was appointed as the Minister of Finance. You can see the next part we're having is nationalist. I'm now joined by my colleague Ben Chumba. Maybe Ben Chumba, from what we can see on the wall, you're seeing that he's standing, and there's also a picture where he's standing between the late President Moi and the first President of Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta. Probably, what can you tell of these pictures, Chumba?
Ni picha ambazo kwa kweli imeibua hisia nyingi sana kwa Wakenya ambao wameweza kujitokeza hapa kuweza kutoa heshima zao za mwisho, ambapo ni picha moja hapa ambayo wanasema ni nadra sana kuipata. Ni picha ambayo inaonyesha marais watatu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, hayati mzee Jomo Kenyatta akiwa upande wa kwanza. Hapo katikati tunamuona Mwai Kibaki ambaye sasa taifa linaomboleza kifo chake. Alafu upande wa mwisho pale tunaona picha ya rais wa pili ya Jamhuri ya Kenya, Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. Hizi ni picha ambazo kwa kweli Wakenya wengi wameweza kupendezwa na imeweza kutoa zile kumbukumbu za Wakenya wengi wakisema kwamba wameweza kumuona Mwai Kibaki kama kijana. Picha zake nyingi sana zinamuonyesha akiwa kijana. Wengi wanasema kwamba wamepata thibitisho kwamba mwenda zake Mwai Kibaki alianza kupigania uongozi wa taifa na kuboresha miundo misingi ya taifa akiwa bado kijana.
And most importantly, there's a picture here, Ben, VOK, the Voice of Kenya. Remember, this is now KBC. That is the microphone that he's using, and it's actually nostalgic seeing such a microphone. You know, the Voice of Kenya, VOK, and it's the only microphone. Actually, it's the only television microphone that is there. So that tells you that how KBC has been the national broadcaster even during that time. You know, as when you look at the political life of the former president, he served as the fourth vice president of Kenya for 10 years from 1978 to 1988, and this was after the first up to the third. We had Oginga Odinga, we had Murumbi, we had Moi, and then now he came to serve under Moi. And then before that he also served as an opposition member of parliament from 1992 to 2002, and he actually unsuccessfully vied for the presidency in 1992 and 1997, and he served as the leader of official opposition in parliament from 1998 to 2002. And therefore, in the 2002 presidential election, he was elected as president of the Republic of Kenya. And Ben, as you can see, these are just the pictures of him, his work as the vice president. He was serving under President Moi. There's a picture there where we are seeing him with President Moi, and there's also another picture here where they are actually having maybe looks like some light moments with his boss, the former president, the late President Moi, and therefore that looks like it was such a perfect relationship there he had with his boss. And even the picture above here we are seeing is again having some good moment with the president. He was always accompanying President Moi, who was now as he served as the vice president. And we're also seeing some pictorials of him as an opposition leader. Remember, as I had earlier mentioned, Kuria and Victor, is that he served as an opposition leader after unsuccessfully vying for presidency. And now the final one that most Kenyans are remembering him for, remember the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution. So those are the pictures. You know, the Constitution was born under his leadership, and therefore now Kenyans are just here trying to take pictures and trying to take pictures of the life and times of the late president, former president Mwai Kibaki. And it's such a beautiful story that has been told about Kibaki in pictures, all the way as a family, appointments in cabinet where he served as a minister. And then, as you can see, during his swearing in, remember he had been involved in an accident, and therefore Kibaki takes over headlines, you know, on a wheelchair, and he was able to take leadership of this country for a record 10 years. And now we see the Constitution of Kenya, that we got the new Constitution, and of course that is what the country enjoying some democratic rights courtesy of President Mwai Kibaki. And some Kenyans are also remembering him as the first president to take over from the longest serving president. Maybe I can just shortly, Ben, maybe we can just speak to some of the Kenyans, because they're from viewing the body of the late president. They were here very early, and it's fair enough we give them a chance. Asanteni sana kwa kuja hapa, mumeenda mmetoa heshima zenu za mwisho kwa Rais Kibaki, na ninaona mnakuja hapa mnafurahia, mnapiga picha. Labda hizi picha zinawakumbusha nini kuhusu Rais Kibaki?
Asante. Hamjambo, kwa majina naitwa Ida Harrison, nimetoka upande wa Mombasa. kuja tu kusherekea kiongozi wetu ambao wengi wetu akiwa mamlakani tulikuwa bado ni wadogo sana. Kusema kweli mzee tumemsoma kwa historia, lakini leo wengi wetu tumekuja kuona kumbukumbu zake. Hizi picha kusema kweli bila shaka zinatukumbuka mambo mengi ambayo tuliyosoma tu kwa vitabu vya historia wakati tukiwa wadogo. Lakini leo tukimuona jinsi alivyofanya, jinsi alivyokuwa na viongozi kama vile Moi, mzee Jomo Kenyatta, inatukumbusha kwamba alikuwa ni mtu mzalendo, kwamba ni kiongozi wa kuigwa. Na leo hii ndio maana mimi nimetoka hadi pwani kuja hapa kumsherehekea mzee Kibaki. Sijai kumuona akiwa hai, lakini leo namuona akiwa amelala pale. Namwambia Mwenyezi Mungu amweke roho yake mahali pema pazuri, na kwa sisi wa Kenya iwe ni mwigo tu kwamba vile alivyokuwa uongozi wake na ustahimilifu wake na vile alivyosimama katika kutetea haki za wananchi, ninaomba wenzetu tuige na viongozi wetu kwa jumla wa seneti, wa bunge, tuweze kuiga mfano mwema mzee Kibaki. Na kwa kweli alikuwa ni mzee wa kuigwa, na naomba tu jambo moja, wakati amehaga atulete pamoja wakati tunaelekea kwa uchaguzi, iwe ni uniting factor. Kwa kweli nimeshukuru na nazidi kuombea kila wa Kenya kila laheri tunapomuomboleza, na kwa kweli Mungu azidi kumweka mapeponi. Asante.
Shukran sana. Naona kuna dada hapa wa shule. Tuambie jina lako na uko hapa kwa shughuli gani?
My name is Fiona and nimekuja hapa kuomboleza kifo cha hayati Mwai Kibaki, na nimekuja kutoa heshima kwake kwa vile ambavyo aliweza kupigania Kenya kwa demokrasia na multiparty pia. Kwa sababu nyingine ni kwa sababu sijawahi muona Mwai Kibaki akiwa uhai, lakini niliapa kuwa kabla hajaiaga dunia ningependa kumuona ili kumpatia saluti kwa vile ambavyo alitetea na kupigania Kenya. Sasa nimekuja hapa ili hata kama ameiaga dunia, kwa kweli ninaweza sema angepatiwa fursa aendelee kuiongoza Kenya hii, angepeleka mbali kwa vile ambavyo ameweza kubadilisha maendeleo na hata kuweza kubadilisha Kenya vile ambavyo ilivyokuwa kitambo, kwa masomo, kulipia karo shuleni, kwa financial na mambo mengine.
Na kama mwanafunzi, ni mambo gani ambayo unajivunia kwamba Rais Kibaki ameweza kuyaleta kwa nchi yetu?
Naweza kujivunia kwa kuwa kila mmoja amepata kuwa na fursa ya kujitetea katika kumchagua yeyote anataka. Sio kama kitambo kulivyokuwa na vita za historia, lakini sasa hivi ninaweza shukuru mahali alipo kwa sababu demokrasia imeweza kuleta jambo la maana sana. Pia hadi kwa sisi wanafunzi tumeweza kuwa na historia yetu ya vile ambavyo tutaweza kuongoza Kenya hii yetu, na kukuja hapa kujivunia kwake ni kwa sababu mimi kama mwanafunzi wa Kaani Lions ninafurahia sana kwa vile ambavyo ameweza kututendea. Pia upande wetu shuleni ametenda mambo mengi sana, na kwa sababu si kila mmoja angeweza kufika mahali hapa kama wanafunzi, nimekuja hapa kama njia ya kusimamia wanafunzi wote na kuonyesha rais kuwa pia sisi wanafunzi shuleni tuko na heshima na tunahuzunika sana katika mazishi haya.
Asante sana kwa kuwakilisha wanafunzi wengine. Tunaye mzee hapa, wacha tuzungumze naye. Mzee, historia tumeiona, kumbukumbu tumeziona. Tuelezee ni jambo gani ambalo unakumbuka kuhusu rais?
Sasa mimi naweza sema tu ni pole sana kwa familia yake ya mzee Kibaki na tena Kenya kwa jumla. Yeye ilikuwa kondomoni mtu ya economic kile kitu kwa wakati ya Kenyatta na mpaka kwa mzee Moi. Tumesema sasa Kenya tangu ile mambo hiyo sasa mzee anaondokea, wakati tuko na shida sana. Tumesema Kenya wote kwa jumla pole na Mungu apeleke mahali pema. Hayo tu.
Shukran. Haya, mimi nimemaliza. Ben, kwako sasa.
Kuna baadhi ya watu ambao kidogo tulikuwa tumezungumza na hapo awali na waweza kutaja na kumsifia mwenda zake Mwai Kibaki. Kuna mama mmoja ambaye tuliweza kuzungumza naye na akasema kwamba yeye amenufaika sana na uongozi wa mwenda zake Kibaki, kwani yeye akiwa mtumishi wa umma wakati huo wa uongozi wa Kibaki yeye alipata kupandishwa cheo mara 4 wakati wa wadhifa huo. Kwa hivyo yeye anasema kwamba mwenda zake Kibaki alilete mabadiliko katika utumishi wa umma, kwani anasema utumishi wa umma kidogo ulikuwa umedorora. Watu kutoka sekta ya binafsi walikuwa wanakuja hata upande wa utumishi wa umma. Kwa hivyo hizi ni picha za moja kwa moja, mtazamaji, ambazo unazipata kutoka majengo ya bunge, ambapo shughuli hii ya Wakenya kuweza kujitokeza kutoka tabaka mbalimbali anga kuweza kutoa heshima zao za mwisho kwa mwenda zake Mwai Kibaki inafika siku ya 3, huku sasa ikiwa ni siku ya mwisho. Wakenya mbalimbali wanazidi kujitokeza kunradhi kuweza kutoa heshima zao za mwisho, kwa sababu hii ni siku ya mwisho. Ni shughuli ambayo ilianza siku ya Jumatatu hapo jana. Pia tuliweza kushuhudia Wakenya mbalimbali wakijitokeza hapa, na ni jambo la busara kukumbuka kwamba kuna baadhi ya viongozi kama vile kiongozi wa chama cha ODM Raila Odinga ambaye kwa sasa ako ng'ambo, lakini aliweza kukatiza shughuli yake hapo jana kuweza kusema kwamba ataweza kufika taifa la Kenya anga kuweza kutoa pole zake kwa familia, na pia huenda akajitokeza wakati wowote akifika kuweza kutoa heshima zake za mwisho kwa Cooperative.
Na Ben, kuna mmoja hapa anasema kwamba alifanya kazi katika Wizara ya Environment, labda ako na historia kidogo, tumuulize, tuelezee ilikuwa vipi. Kwanza tuambie majina yako na ulikuwa unafanya kazi wapi, ni mwaka gani, na sasa tuelezee ilikuwa vipi uhusiano wako na Kibaki.
Hamchambo wananchi, kwa majina naitwa Dr. Richard Sigei. Kwa kumbukumbu wa mwenda zake Mwai Kibaki, mimi nakumbuka yeye sana kwa sababu tulifanya yeye kazi pamoja nikiwa Minister of Environment and Natural Resources, nikiwa National Focal Point for East Africa Community. Kwa hivyo nakumbuka yeye kwa maana alileta mabadiliko mengi. Moja yao ni historia ya 2010 Constitution, alafu performance contracting na Vision 2030. Kwa hayo mimi nakumbuka yeye sana kwa maana alileta mabadiliko mengi. Hata hii historia sahihi ya mabadiliko ya uchumi yenye inaendelea sahihi alileta wakati huo, na mimi nakumbuka sana na natoa rambirambi zangu na pole kwa familia na Wakenya wote. Thank you very much.
Asante sana mzee, tunashukuru. Now we want to hand it over to you, but as you can see, it's a beehive of activities right here as Kenyans pay their last respect on this last day of the day that the body of the late former President Mwai Kibaki is lying in state. It's back to you in studio, Curia and Victor.
At Parliament buildings, and indeed a fantastic job, the photo gallery there in honor of President Mwai Kibaki. Right about now, let me hand it to Victor Olot to wrap up with his guest before we give way to Nancy Okware and the Tamrini team. Victor?
Absolutely. We are still giving you what all coverage, and it's still going to happen until later in the afternoon. But then, with Samson here, education system in Kenya is quite demanding, and if you look at the performance, which was, the KCPE, the KCSE, CS Magoha has put his best foot forward. What is the performance, if you compare with, the earlier years and right now, what has been the growth trajectory?